Hi everyone and welcome back to the coverage from an official event. We wish you a happy new year as well. We are live from Rome for the Italian Open, the first event here in Europe in 2025. I'm Marcello and I'm joined by Alberto.
Hi guys.
How have you been? Hopefully you have some great holidays, but we have an exciting tournament to start things off in a whole new season of Yu-Gi-Oh! And what a way to start things off. Last time we were here, we had quite an exciting event where essentially the finals was straight out of a movie, because Diego Ganzerli and Lorenzo Muselli, two former Italian national champions, faced off against each other. And incredibly so, later on in the year, it was the same final at the Italian national championship where in the end Lorenzo actually got the revenge and became back-to-back Italian national champion. So hopefully we can have a repeat of such an amazing tournament here. But just to give you guys some infos, we did cap out with 512 players coming from all over Italy, and not only, we have some foreigners from other parts of Europe as well competing. And we'll go through 9 rounds of Swiss today to crown the champion. And yeah, we definitely are looking forward to it. But there's been a lot of exciting news. Last time we were here, still in Italy, at YCS Bologna, where we saw again a lot of incredible duels, but a lot has happened. A new set, especially, and a latest Forbidden and Limited list, official from December 9. So I think we will talk a little bit more about those things in detail later on, because we don't want to keep you guys waiting. And as mentioned, although he didn't win the run back at the Italian National Championship, the official current Italian Open champion is Diego Ganzerli, and he's here again in round 1. What do you guys think? And Alberto can talk you through the round 1 match that we're gonna see.
No, funnily enough, we were looking at both players' decks, and Mario, Diego's opponent, is playing Kashtira, which is a deck that Diego and Lorenzo as well, they have been piloting in for the last 2 years or so. So I think Diego will be surprised, honestly, to see this deck.
Absolutely, it's again a very interesting one, because if he loses here in round 1, he will lose to the exact same deck that he brought to YCS Bologna, which I'm pretty sure Mario just completely, take inspiration from, if not copied altogether. And we'll see if he's able to defeat the master. But for the first time in a while, both Diego and Lorenzo are not maining the Kashtira cards, and instead they relied on what is Bestial Finchmith deck. So it will be an interesting clash, but I think without further ado, our players are ready. So let's jump into action for game 1. And here they are. Nice fist bump, and we'll see who wins the roll. I see a lot of interruption in the end from Mario, but no, maybe there is a planet, because otherwise he doesn't really have much going on for him. And yeah, this will be actually quite tricky for Diego, because although he's super familiar with Kashtira, he's maining he's maxing out on all the bestials. He's playing the all 10 plus 3 Lubellions. And you know a deck that they are not really good against, the pure Kashtira.
No, I'm really curious to see why they decided to play this deck, especially because this is some strategy we haven't seen in a while. And maxing out on all the bestials, maybe you just want to put as much pressure as possible on your opponent. And displaying also as well the Renegade and, like a very heavy package of Finsmith's cards.
We have briefly mentioned that one of the big news since YCS Bologna was the release of Crossover Breakers, which, although releasing, some support for all decks, also the elephant in the room are the new decks, which are mostly Ryziel and Malice, which we got a chance to see in action at YCS Anaheim, where Ryziel did win the event, but the new Forbidden Limited list was not in action, and so Snake Eye was a lot more popular, Tempai as well. And now we have seen a lot of changes, and those decks are not really that popular at the moment. So we want to see how our duelists have adapted during this holiday season. And here we see, though, a familiar trend. This is a similar combo that has won YCS Bologna with this Film in Paradise addition. And yeah, seems like it's still working out. But overall, I think Bestials are really good. They are there to punish the Finsmith package in general, so they can be pretty good against the Rise of Finsmith deck. That's not quite what Mario is playing, and we can see that he's holding a good old rock.
Yeah, I mean, we can see that he has both Nibiru and an Impermanence, but I think it's just holding on to them and waiting for the right moment to activate the Nibiru. But as you mentioned, I think that the highlight of the day will be for sure the Bestials, which I think are the main, cards that will be played throughout this format, at least today. Especially because they are the most annoying cards to play against, especially for Rizal and Malice, of course. And I think it may make a lot of sense for Diego to max out on all of them, so to have all the responses needed to stop his opponents. But as mentioned, Mario is playing Kashtira. So let's see now the lineup Diego goes for. And I think in general we've mentioned this quite a few times, how he and Lorenzo as well came up with a very different strategy amongst our top players in Italy. Yeah. And always find their own way, to win tournaments.
Yeah, in general they are a fan of free offs and high consistency, and this is exactly the same thing today. He's only playing 4 one-offs, and the rest of the deck is all cards in triple copy. So that's very rare in nowadays Yu-Gi-Oh! And that's working out for him. They most likely brought the same strategy, I would guess. They are very close. And here comes though one of the annoying cards with the King Caesar. Though we have mentioned that both Nibiru and Impermanence are there, but this deck is not really explosive. It's similar to the deck that won, again, YCS Bologna. It's more of a control deck where, yeah, as you can see, we are gonna see this Nibiru plus Impermanence most likely. Yep. But it's not like Diego gave up on anything at all. Like, the deck essentially relies on, grinding out, using your end traps and just slowly taking away the advantage from your opponent. And also something that I'm interested in, this is the main difference with the deck that Diego and Lorenzo were playing. They were not using Nibiru, because in Kashtira it can be quite annoying, because once you have already a monster on the field, you cannot special summon your Kashtiras, and we'll see whether that will be, quite annoying for Mario.
And as mentioned, I don't really think that this Nibiru will hurt Diego a lot, honestly, because here he can just continue, and he has some cards in hand as well. It's not really, I think, a matter of how many interruptions now Mario is holding on to, but yeah, I mean, I think the strategy here for Diego can work out very well, and I think he can also easily play around that Nibiru, given that he's only playing just the Finsmith's card.
Yeah, and this is pretty much enough, as you can see. Gonna go for the Desire setup, and he's also already got the Paradise in the graveyard, and that is actually quite nice here, because with that call by, you can usually stop it, but in this case it's already there, so you either keep it for the Desire once it hits the graveyard, or yeah, we'll see how Mario handles it, but he really needs to find some engine, and I do think he picks up
planet.
Yeah, a planet, a Brazzo, yeah. But it's not really good against the Desire. But I mean, we've mentioned it. Diego is an expert on Kashtira. Like, he could have a PhD in it. So we'll see how he deals with it, but not at the moment. So allows the planet to resolve. And I think we have another planet.
I don't know if it's a planet or Earth.
Not sure. But yeah, now we see the unicorn, and here is where we are gonna activate this paradise. Mario seems like he was giving up on the unicorn. He could chain this call by, but obviously it doesn't work that well against the Desiree though. Yeah, and as you can see, the Desiree is then used, and this is quite annoying for Mario, because he gets rid of both cards in a go.
Yeah, I mean, we saw also YCS Bologna, the Fizz in Paradise being played just a handful of players, and I think it makes a lot of difference to have it in the deck.
Ooh.
Here also the effect Valor on defend, right?
Wow.
Oh, okay, the last card here was the bird.
Okay. Yeah, if it was another planet, it was all over, but it was indeed a birth, so there is a little bit of hope left, and it seems like he's resolving, so this is still not over from Mario. Got a bit of recursion at his disposal. We can take a look at what his extra deck options are. I mean, it's pretty much the staples you would expect. He doesn't play any other engines. It's just a straight up Kashtira deck. And yeah, this can be a little bit tricky to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell he's just having a think about that, because Diego, I think, is still holding 2 or 3 cards in hand. And what's the plan here? Because, of course, you have to deal with Desiree, and it's just, you know, trying to figure out whether he has a plan. Because, you know, he's just struggling. Okay, he goes with the Theosis. Diego allows it.
Yeah, the good news at least is that there is no sequence, so he's not really protected from targeting effect at the moment. And yeah, here we get to resolve the Rice Art. Yeah, I think the punishing, okay. Also, we have mentioned that Diego's deck is completely free offs, which is actually quite bad for the Riser, because it's a card that can be quite effective in nowadays decks at disrupting a lot of the one-offs, but it doesn't really work against Diego. It's like 36 cards that are just free offs. So.
No, but I feel like the bringing Kashtira into this tournament, I think it gives you a lot of consistency. And at the same time, I think it's still super annoying to playing against the deck. The thing is that you didn't really want to face someone like Diego, just because he has been playing the deck for, you know, quite a few times, and is super familiar with the deck in general. So
ooh, I think, wow. I think he tried to actually attack and
right?
use the Ferry, but it was negated by the Veiler. So that's quite unfortunate. Yeah, little bit of pressure getting to Mario. I mean, cannot really blame him. You're up against a really good player, former national champion, and playing on stream in round 1. It's always tough. You don't really wanna, you know, start things off like this in the day, but this is still just game 1, so even if he were to lose this one out, he should try and, you know, shake the playoff and try to keep his nerves for the remainder of the match. And yeah, now he's forced to enter main phase 2. The most he can do is just get rid of this Desiree, but we know that the team mid deck and the way that it's getting built at the moment has so much recursion thanks to the star, which is the Lacrima, that just keeps on coming back every turn, gives you so much advantage, and he's pretty much out of resources at the moment to stop Diego in his tracks.
yeah, I mean, you can just tell it's just trying to understand whether he can survive another turn, because later Diego, I think he'll just push enough, but here, yeah, he's just having a big think on which XYZ to summon, but yeah.
And yeah, in the end, he just relies on this Shangri-La, and yeah, unfortunately, I mean, as you can see, Diego is just gonna negate everything and move on with his turn. And yeah, having negated even the birth, he's completely free to do whatever he wants. And I mean, we've mentioned it, he's completely used to the deck. He knows how to play Kashtira perfectly, and therefore he knows how to play against it as well. And the biggest news for him is that now he has full information, so he knows what to expect after siding. So
yeah, I mean, he's fully aware of the deck, and I think this is the advantage of being a player like Diego, always, you know, trying to play different strategies, and you know, they played out the Kashtira deck for a long time, and I mean, funnily enough, I also saw that he's siding in some Kashtira cards.
yeah, I mean, you can never fully take Kashtira cards away from Diego. At least he's not maining them, but yeah, he's gotta side them. And yeah, here comes one of the bosses, we could say, with this Scout Angel, and that's it. So, attempted fist bump, but unfortunately failed. And yeah, game one goes to Diego. I mean, as mentioned, kind of a heartbreaking start from Mario, who now needs to, you know, keep his nerves in check and decides how to approach his side deck. I still think he's got a little bit of an edge if it wasn't, you know, for the play. At the same time, though, his side deck doesn't look like it's targeting this deck at all. He's probably expecting mostly, you know, Malice and Raizio, and I wouldn't even know what he could bring in for this matchup, because Rivalry can be decent, but like, you know, depends on which part of the deck you're hitting, really. And from the rest, he has mostly going second cards, which at the same time is kind of surprising, because Kashtira, unless we see like Mario deciding to go second on purpose, which could also happen, Kashtira is definitely, you know, able to even OTK or just like go second and push. I think Shifter is obviously the MVP card and the card that he really wants to pick up. On the other end, we have mentioned Diego has a lot of entrops in the main deck, and they are really not that great against Kashtira. So in the side deck, he will try his best, but similarly, he doesn't really have much for the deck in general. So probably just bring in this Kashtira package, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, I think it could make sense. So at least he plays with, he has 6 of them. And especially because like his side deck is not focused, of course, on the Kashtira match. But yeah, I mean, I think consistency is the word to be used for Diego's deck in general, like all 3 ops. And I mean, I really feel like, you know, on this type of match, of course, he has, you know, the advantage of also winning game 1 and now in game 2, honestly. I mean, of course, as mentioned, Mario has a lot of going second cards, but would you take the risk of going second against Diego? I mean, it's a bold move.
You can think about it, but yeah, I don't see a way to tackle either deck too efficiently. I think they gotta rely on their engine mostly. And something quite important to mention for Diego is that Kashtira Unicorn can be quite impactful nowadays, with a lot of decks playing 15 different extra deck cards, but he's actually playing 2 copies of both Requiem and Desire. So his main engine is not really gonna be too affected by it, and that's important. Obviously, you can still hit the sequence, but you know, the Desire can still be accessed by the Paradise, so we'll see how it goes. But I think our duelists are ready, so let's jump back into action. Okay, never mind. I was about to say, I think I see a lava golem, so I was expecting Mario to go second, but I'm pretty sure that's a lava golem. And he just cited that for going first, I guess. This Fenrir is resolving, which is good news. Okay. Yeah, he's going through his deck, which allows us to, you know, take a peek at what he might have sided. Doesn't seem like he has made up his mind and goes actually for a Scarecrow. Wow. Interesting pick. Might already be holding on to a lot of other engine. And yeah, it's a lava golem, right?
Yeah, it's a lava golem,
Yeah.
and I think Ash.
Probably Rysart, I would expect. Yeah, Rysart is there. Let's see if it resolves from Diego. Ooh, and a side deck card. That is gonna hurt so much here. Obviously, mainly targeting Malice. It's the best answer by far for that deck. But just happens to be there. And
Also the Ash on the thrust.
wow. Very quick game show, it seems, at the moment. The one copy of Trust, by the way, that Mario is playing. Only one is drawn, but unfortunately stopped by the Ash. And that's it. Pass. So only a Fenrir protecting Mario at the moment. Again, Diego's deck is not too explosive, but wow, he's got a Fenrir of his own. And this is big, plus the Verlerano. He's just showing him, you know, the disrespect of playing Kashtira cards against him. He's like, I'm gonna show you how it's done.
And now I'm curious to see if Mario going to activate the Ash on the planet, and he does. But I mean, because like it could, I mean, it could confuse you, know, because you never really see the Kashtira cards in the game one, and I mean, honestly, I think here. Oh, but looks like Diego's just entering
Makes
battle
sense.
phase. Yeah, makes sense.
I mean, this is so great. You get rid of everything, then in Memphis Shoe you can still play, and I mean, it doesn't get much better than this. It's worth mentioning that he's not playing the one Rysart, so this is just gonna be the Unicorn, as you can see, which makes usually Unicorn a better start than Fenrir, but in this case, the one Fenrir. Oh, never mind. He is just the goat. He has the nerf of his own. Then that's great. Yeah.
Well, I mean, what a start from Diego, and we were mentioning this while they were side decking, and I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense to play these cards in the side deck, and also like going second in general. I mean, they're very good, especially to give you access to the Finsmith combo. And yeah, Mario is just left with 2 cards, and
yeah, the issue is also that Mario. I don't know if we can call him greedy, but like he searched the Scarecrow, which means that he's holding into one of the worst Kashtira pieces as well. So even if he, you know, was to find a way to come back, you know, he has made it a little bit tougher on himself to be able to accomplish so. And yeah, as you can see, this is gonna be quite similar to what we have saw in game 1. Maybe this cheeky lava golem going first could help him out, but yeah, I think Diego is playing it super well.
And now here we see the Ptolemy, which honestly I haven't seen in a while. It's been quite a few times.
It makes a lot of sense because, as you can see, when you play such a grind deck, you can use it to recover your entrops. It just got back an Ash, which makes it even tougher for Mario to come back. And yeah, I think that's it. So playing it extremely caution, and one draw for Mario. He really needs a way to stop this. He can use this lava golem, but unfortunately this Scarecrow is not really gonna help him. So he needs to pick up a Kashtira monster to have any hope, and he does. No, I cannot quite see.
I think
it might be a Fenrir, isn't it?
Maybe, yeah. It's another monster for sure, but can't really quite tell.
Fenrir would be quite good, but I mean, nothing too incredible because the Ash can still stop it. But at least yeah, it would be pretty strong.
Here doesn't have much options. Like he has to go lava golem, then
if it's Fenrir, yeah. But If it's not, I think he still is forced. Yeah, this Lava Golem definitely not expected by Diego going second, but is there a pickup? No, apparently. So Diego pulls the trigger and decides to go right away for this in Paradise setup. Makes sense. He wants to use this before any cash tira can come up. And I think this almost seals the deal, because even if Mario has the cash tira, you can use the Paradise. And yeah, that's pretty much it. It's almost checkmate. And it was a really good top deck. But Diego has the Paradise. And yeah, this is very well maneuvered. Since we have a chess tournament as well nearby, we can say this is a checkmate by Diego almost. Who is gonna, I mean, Mario's gonna try his best, but as mentioned, this decision to search out the Scarecrow is punishing him at the moment. And yeah, now every card is known. Yeah, you can see Mario shaking his head. Unfortunately, he's trying to figure out whether there is anything that he can do. And yeah, here comes the Typhon. Getting rid, or at least, you know, doing this combo, if we can call it so, recovering his own Lava Golem, but now he's completely naked, we could say, in front of Diego, who has so much going for himself. And yeah, start things off by using the Birth. Again, this deck is just represented by so much recursion. Every single engine that is using, from the Bestials to the Kashtira in the side deck and the Finchmeat, are all about using, you know, one card to generate advantage. Maybe not the explosive fields that we saw in 2024, but, you know, the good old days of grinding it out.
No, but the deck is super consistent, and I mean, we've said it for the last year in 2024 how good the Kashtira cards were and still are, and I think by themselves they do so much, and he's just playing 6. So it's, yeah, I mean, another planet here for Diego is gonna bring out another...
The last unicorn,
yeah.
I think.
As the last remaining one, and I think here it makes a lot of sense just to play, you know, a deck that is both consistent and aggressive at the same time. And funnily enough, we haven't seen a single Bestial.
I mean, we did mention it, they're not great against Kashtira for sure. But yeah, it's definitely good news from Diego that he didn't pick up many of them. He's counting it out.
Yeah, should be enough. Yeah.
And yeah, here comes the handshake. Very well maneuvered by Diego. The current champion takes a 2-0 lead. Well, what a way to start things off at the Italian Open live in Rome again. Diego, last year champion, managed to win quite convincingly. And, you know, in what is still a fun match, because he was facing off against his own deck and his own exact almost deck list that he brought to YCS Bologna, but he changed it, switched decks, and maybe that was the right decision.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I think what also gave Diego the advantage was being super familiar with the deck.
Yeah,
you know, he has been playing the deck for the last year, and you know, when you face it off, honestly, I mean, you also can feel like, okay, I have my chances. I know the deck in and out, and I think he piloted it against Mario incredibly well. And especially because, like we saw in game 1, how good Diego hand was. I mean, the Nibiru and the Impermanence as well didn't hurt much. And in game 2 as well, I think it just was, you know, like the interruptions from Diego were, very well performed, and I think he has his chances, honestly, to advance deeper into the tournament. And
Yeah, I mean, hopefully now that if we'll get this chance to interview him, we can ask a little bit more about his deck and his choices. I would say that overall, I mean, we have seen this quite successful partnership, we can call it, between Diego and Lorenzo, who have won the last 3 Italian National Championships in a row. At the same time, though, I wanna point out a trend that I'm noticing, which is that they are consistently, at least ever since the last year or so, refusing to bring the best deck to the field. And I'm not too convinced about it. I feel like at some point it gets into a matter of, just perspective of being, okay, no, I don't want to bring it. I want to find a solution that works for it. And I know by experience that sometimes that can be a risky game. And I'm interested in seeing it because this deck is essentially very close to the deck that won YCS Bologna. But we have mentioned it, a new set, a new list. A lot has changed since then. And I'm not too convinced if that's gonna work out. Hopefully they'll prove me wrong and they'll win the Open yet again. But yeah, I definitely wanna hear it from the man himself and get into his brain a little bit more. So thank you guys for being with us. This was the end of round 1, but don't go anywhere because we'll go on a short break and we'll be back with Diego for his interview.
Welcome back to the coverage of the Italian Open here in Rome. I'm here with Diego, so the winner of round one. Congratulations, first of all. And I promise we will keep it short, so no medical questions. But first of all, I would like to ask you, how does it feel to be back as the current champion of the Open?
I'm very confident. I test a lot my deck with my friends, and I'm very confident.
And we could also see in the choice of the deck you made, especially because you played against Kashtira, which you played last year. So basically you were super familiar with the deck. And my question is, why did you decide to play Fiendsmith Bestial for this tournament?
Because Fiendsmith Bestial is the best counter to Rizel Fiendsmith. Because Bestial, in my opinion, is the most strong engine to destroy Fiendsmith. And Fiendsmith is the best engine in the game
And
at the
I think
moment.
also the deck you are playing is super consistent.
Yes.
All three offs basically. And also looking at the side deck, I think you really, without spoiling anything, it's just, I think, as you mentioned, you played a lot against Malice and the Rizel.
Yes.
And I think it makes a lot of sense to bring once again something different, no? Because like the main decks now are Rizel and Malice, and entering into a tournament saying, I think I have my chances, because you also said that the Bestials now are the best ones, no? And I would just like to conclude saying, do you think you can make it once again?
Yes, I'm here to win.
And hopefully we will see you against with Lorenzo in action. Why not? And we wish you best of luck, of course, for the rest of the tournament. And guys, thank you so much for watching, but don't go anywhere, because we will be back soon with round 2 of the Italian Open here in Rome. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Italian Open 2025, live from Rome. We just witnessed an amazing start with the current Italian Open champion, Diego, winning round 1, trying to defend his title. But now it's time to move on, and to move on to indeed new decks that we have not yet featured today, as out of the 512 players facing off against each other, there is a lot of diversity, a lot of different decks, and we have 2 different ones for you guys. One is a familiar face, Nuska, il Nuschevole, which we have seen in action in the past, both at the Italian National Championship, but also at previous Opens. And he is always playing with fusion decks. He has a passion for them. He was playing Branded for a lot of time. And now he has transitioned to Melodious, which is still a force to be reckoned with. And I can tell you guys, without not spoiling too much, that he's bringing some spice to the deck. But facing off against him is, I would say, a deck that Alberto can be quite excited for our Daniele. What do you think?
Yeah, it's a deck that I actually played maybe 2019 or something. Yeah. And this Edlic,
yeah,
actually, funnily enough. And I mean, we haven't seen the deck in a while, honestly, and I just see red cards all over.
Yeah, just play the Golden Lord, and yeah, this seems to be the strategy. Obviously, I think ever since Labyrinth came out, the deck kind of got replaced as the trap-heavy deck of the format. But it's still out there, and it has a lot of those cards that can be quite annoying. And I can tell you guys that we have seen a trend across the tables today of, you know, including some of these trap cards, because in the main deck we don't really see much hate for them. So if it goes to resolve, and this is the case for his opponent Andrea, it can be a lot of trouble. But I think without further ado, our players are ready, so let's find out who will be the winner of round 2. And here they are. This is an important roll, unfortunately off camera, but I think there was only a one revealed. I think Daniele might have won it. Let's see though. So obviously, what do you think of Melodious in general in this format? How does it face off? Obviously, it's more of a dark horse pick.
I think it's one of those decks that have always been very difficult to play against, especially because you don't really know sometimes where to activate your cards against your opponent, especially because you have a lot of different cards. And here, just starting things off with Prosperity, I think Andrea is not happy to see what is about to happen, because yeah, I mean, looking at Andrea's deck list, I mean, I'm not surprised that he's playing a lot of hand traps, especially because, you know, of the current decks we have in the format. But looking also at his side deck, thankfully he has the Arcus Feather Duster, which, you know, may help him out in game 2. But in game 1, honestly, after what Daniele revealed, I think if you're Andrea, you're scared, honestly.
Yeah, of course. A lot of powerful cards. He knows what he's up against, and he's considering skill drain. But no, last second he picks the engine card, and let's see if this will be a right decision, because giving up on skill drain is definitely bold. But maybe he's just holding a lot of trap cards, doesn't really have much. And here comes the set 5 from Daniele. Wow.
Yeah, I think he was missing one of the pieces to bring on the field. Okay, he just goes immediately here for the Elixir, and so to bring up on the field the Golden Lord.
Yeah.
And here also... yeah.
Oh, I think I know what's coming, because the only reason to preemptively activate both might be the Tyrant. Is it there? It is there, and wow! Yeah, you can see Andrea laughing, but yeah, I don't think he will be laughing much, because by tributing both, this is crazy. It's an even better skill drain, because effects also on the end cannot be activated. And what a start this is. Wow.
I mean,
Yeah. Quite tough. He's gonna have to find a way to pilot this, but I mean, it's obviously one of the best starts of the deck, the first movement solo, but you need to maneuver through no effects on field or on end.
it's gonna be difficult for Andrea. I think here the plan, if he finds his way, is just to put up on the field some big bodies and try to deal some damage. Not gonna be easy, honestly. I think we haven't seen this card in a while, and it's kind of peculiar that, I mean, of course, you really needed something like a very good hand, a very good start, but that's why I didn't pick up the skill drain at first. And here Andrea goes with the Pot of Desires, just trying and hoping to find something out of his deck.
Yeah, battle of the pots at the moment. I guess you just try to play aggressively, but it's definitely an upfield battle. Because also, for example, Andrea is playing an interesting tech card in the main deck, which is Book of Eclipse, which can work against Skill Drain, but unfortunately does not work against Tyrant, because you cannot even attempt to use the effect and then chain the Eclipse, for example. So it's a lot tougher, but he's just trying to play the aggressive and push as much damage as possible.
Okay, one after the other here is just trying to put up on the field as much damage as possible.
Yeah, and this is does work because it's a continuous effect, and essentially they are all boosted by 1000. So this could be game. If there is no response from Daniele, this could be a way that Andrea just finds a way to punish him.
And funnily enough, he drew two of the 2-offs he has in his deck, which are the Cannon and the Aria. Is this enough?
The thing is this really it? Daniele doesn't have anything. Yeah, it does not, I think. He's just counting, but yeah, everything is boosted by 1000. So this is it. Wow. Wow, what a start. And grats on Andrea, who smiles it, as you can see, he's just laughing within himself.
I can't even believe it, I think.
Yeah, he was like, okay, gonna try and find a way to win this regardless. And yeah, I mean, that's quite unbelievable, but sometimes it works out.
Yeah, I mean, especially because what I'm wondering is, if you see such a hand, I mean, you have a lot of one-offs and a lot of special summon, and I mean, it worked out somehow.
Yeah,
I mean,
no, it's almost unbelievable. It's as you mentioned, all of the monsters, but I mean, sometimes you know, the planets align and you get there, and this is at least a little bit of you know, great news from Andrea, who in the main deck does not have any tool. But in the side deck does find some help. At the same time, it's worth mentioning that like a trend in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is to play, you know, a lot of copies of Trust and maybe just the one Feather Duster, the one Evenly. But this does not work against a deck like Eldlik. And luckily for him, he does have a couple of Cosmics to, you know, pair the Feather Duster with. But on the other hand, I think Daniele, you know, it's in a weird spot. We can expect him to maybe take out those Lava Golems going first and side even more 8. I'm seeing an Inspector Border, for example, could be always, you know, a very annoying card to go first. But, I mean, I don't know. I just think the opening was there.
no, I mean, but a part of the, I think, I mean, you don't have nothing to blame. Like, you started, I think, with the ideal hand, and you only lose to something like super spicy, I would say. Something that you don't really expect, and I mean, Andrea had a laugh as well, so... I mean, we will find out who will be the winner of Game 2, as our duels are ready, so let's jump to the table.
Oh, and yeah, spoiler alert, Border was already there, backed by 3 face downs. And yeah, yet another very oppressive card that can be quite annoying to deal with. And we start things off with the Ostinato this time.
I mean, if you're Daniele, honestly, and thinking about game one, I think this is the opening that you really want to have. And here the border as well, I think it makes the job. But I think Andrea, funnily enough, has one of those decks which can put up on the field a lot of big bodies as well with the fusions, and can be super annoying to deal with. But the judgment on the Ostinato.
Wow.
Okay.
It's not once per turn, so if there is a second copy, this could be a quick one. But instead, we are gonna start things off with the couplet. Getting ahead.
And here I think what was also worth mentioning is that when you're up against a deck like Melodious and you may not be super familiar with it, maybe just activate some cards when you feel like it's the best spot to do that, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, in general, I think the Ostinato is a very good card, but if you're not really sure where to activate your card, I think you just go with the Judgment, whatever that is, you know?
And yeah, this is the Melodious Concerto, which quite a unique card, allowing a diffusion summon from your Pendulum Zone as well. And it's a great way to play, again, around this Inspector border. Oof, but
Wow, okay.
there is the, the old trinity of really good spells with the first movement solo once again. And yeah, it's gonna be allowed. And the Book of Eclipse. Wow, we mentioned the detect card,
On another Judgment.
which prompts out another judgment, but this is not the greatest for Daniele regardless, because now we access the fusion thanks to the Concerto, and so essentially there is only one face down protecting us, which can be tricky.
I think also it was very brave from Andrea to kept Eclipse in the deck, right? Because being against
good
Henry,
read.
yeah, I mean, yeah, I think it's one of those cards that goes out regardless. But on one hand, maybe there were other cards that he wanted to side out, and yeah, here, I mean, the thing is that Daniele is at 2,000 life points, so let's see if he can seal the deal.
And here, as mentioned, comes the Concerto. Is it a third solemn? Oh, wow, there is a third solemn judgment. Is incredible.
Oh wow!
What a start from Daniele. Down to 1,000 life point, but maybe can get there. And yeah, Andrea passes the turn. But wow, what a start. And now, yeah, we did have not the full face downs, which made me think that there could be something along those lines. And it's one of the one-offs, the Black Awakening.
Oh, border triple judgment, honestly, it's quite something. But let's see if Andrea later can really try to find his way to seal this 1,000 damage. And here he's just trying, to explain to his opponent the Awakening's effect.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much just a tutor for this Golden Lord, as you cannot use both effects in the same turn. It's nothing really to be worried about. And so Daniele is just down to a single card. And as you can see, just turns these border to defense, as the area protects from destruction as well. And a great top deck here from Andrea with this Pot of Desires. Really what he was looking for. Wants to find some more of these power spells and ways to access fusion, as he's only playing the one copy of Concerto, so let's see. Looking at these extra deck options, I think he has 4 cards in hand. But no, just turns to defense and gonna play slowly.
Here it can be difficult for Andrea, because now he can manage the Awakening and he can set from the deck. It looks as if maybe with like the thing is he has 4 cards in hand, so I'm very surprised that he didn't have anything going on.
Yeah, now he gets to set a golden land. This time is pretty much the one that destroys a face-up card. So it's yeah, setting up real nice here. Could just use it to push a lot of damage. We can expect the face down to be another border, as you cannot normal summon it when you control a monster. So he's just preparing to push so much damage next turn. So it's the most important draw at the moment from Andrea.
Let's see what he drew into. Quite tough.
Yeah, he's looking over as extra deck options. Maybe. The thing is, yeah, I was thinking Baguska could be an interesting one. But
He's forced to activate another desire.
Wow. Yeah, desperate measures. He knows that there is a lot of damage coming its way. And he needs a miracle here, though. Because Melodius is one of those decks that has a lot of free offs that also has quite a few important one-offs. And if you get rid of them, it can get tricky. So 20 cards down are a menace for Andrea. And let's see. He goes to summon the Soprano. I guess maybe this Baguska. I don't know if he's playing. Yeah. Not playing Exiton. He couldn't even. Oof!
Oh,
An
okay.
insta Cosmic Zyklon by Andrea. So great pickup here, actually. And yeah, I guess he could also link now that that is gone. Yeah,
Yeah.
has the option to go for either the.
Oh, it goes for the leash. Okay. So he has a plan.
So empties zone so that he can access again his Ostinato. I would say, yeah, that's it. Does he really have them? Wow. He does have targets in the deck still. So, wow. At least one, and yeah, one from the end.
With 2 cards left in the deck, it seems more than enough.
And finally accessing the first fusion of the match, which is this Schuberta. And now he's the one controlling the biggest monster on the field. I'm not sure how many cards he has left in deck, though.
Yeah, and maybe 2 or 3 cards, I think. Oh,
No, it's 4. Because
Okay.
this is obviously, I mean, 1,000 life points are not much, but that could be a win condition for Daniele. Now there is an Ash Blossom on the Eldland.
So 200 life points left, and that's pretty much it for Daniele, who passed back to Andrea.
He has 1 card in hand, I think. He also could have flipped the border first to prevent the Ash, but no, there is still like a fusion, so he can still activate at least 1 effect. But I think it could have been useful to at least prevent the Schuberta, but no, yeah, pass back. And now Andrea, you can see him getting excited with only 3 cards left in deck. Goes to destroy, as we were expecting, the other Inspector Border and passes back, which means this Eldland is gonna get another chance to activate. But I think that was probably permanence, right?
Yeah, I think so. No, especially because like Daniel is now with 200 life points remaining, so
Yeah, and goes to destroy the Schuberta, which is chained to banish essentially most of its graveyard.
plays back to Andrea with. Let's see if he can really find his way to.
Yeah.
With 2 cards left in the deck.
2 cards left in deck, but as you can see, the one recycled Concerto. So down to 1 card in deck. Andrea is trying to deal these last 200 life points. Can he make it? He goes to activate it, so he does have enough. Can't quite tell how many cards are in the end. Gets rid of the pendulum scale plus the one of still in deck Chopina. Wow, this is getting down to the wire. So Basha comes down. I doubt there is still a Melodious to special summon from deck.
It tributed summoned, right?
Yeah, you can see Andrea really knows what he's doing. Doesn't really feel this pressure.
It tributed the Baka, right? To normal summon the pendulum, right? But he has to special summon the monster in defense.
Yeah, it's gonna use it regardless to fusion summon. At least it's, yeah, as you can see here. And here comes Schuberta once again. Going to banish to boost its attack, and he finds the winning play. What a show off by Andrea, showing the last card in deck and winning with only 1 card remaining. Wow, what a thrilling round 2 here between Melodious and Endlick. Unfortunately for you, Alberto, your trap heavy favorite deck had to face off against Andrea, and what a match it was. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, like, game 1 was...
something else.
yeah, because, I mean, like, Daniele's hand was, I think, very good. Like, set 5 pass, and he activated Prosperity, so Andrea knows what he's up against and is not totally happy with it.
Yeah.
And, when the Tyrant started, was activated, funnily enough, with such a hand, honestly, maybe you're not super happy if you're Andrea. But
no,
that was needed. So.
Yeah, it was absolutely crazy because, again, with the Tyrant, you cannot activate effects in the end or in the field. He's only playing 2 copies of Sonata, and he manages to have both, access them both, special summon them, and then have 4 monsters with the remaining 2 face downs from his opponent being bluffs. And yeah, that was an absolute crazy game 1. Game 2, we saw more of a back and forth one with this Inspector Border causing a lot of issues. Rippled Solemn Judgment to back it up, which was again something else. Down to 1000 life points on turn 1 from Andrea. And yeah, slowly but steadily, it seems as if the game really could go either way. But with just 1 card remaining in deck, Andrea manages to, get the winning punch and advance to a undefeated record here in Rome. So congratulations to both. But yeah, that was definitely a clash between some interesting decks that we hope can go even further in the event. But yeah, I think we have still a lot of more action. 7 more rounds remain in total to crown who will be the Italian Open 2025 champion. So we'll go on a short break, but don't go anywhere because we want to hear it from the winner of round 2, Andrea. And we are back with Andrea, the winner of round 2. Finally, first time's the charm.
Finally.
And yeah, I mean, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Finally the streak is over. I finally win a feature match. I'm pretty sure all my friends are gonna make fun of me, but whatever.
No, and what a way to win. It was a great show, both from seeing, Melodius as a deck, but also a crazy, matchup in both game 1 and game 2. So
Game 1 when I saw the skill drain and the Edrish, I was like, oh boy, here we go.
but no, you managed to find the only winning line against the Tyrant, right?
Yes. I had no other way to push for game in that situation. If you had another trap that could summon itself, that was going to be it. But I had to push for game. I was like, okay, it did everything in standby phase. So I was like, okay, if he has a trap, good. But I believe he has other floodgates, like maybe rivalry or something. So that doesn't do anything against me. So yeah.
Yeah, and it did work out. Game 2 though was very different.
I had to make sure I had at least one Melodius left in deck, and the final 5 cards in deck were like double Imperm, double Judgment, and one Fusion Sub, which was my personal
the
deck.
spicy. Unfortunately, we didn't see it.
Because that card by itself, it makes all the standard Melodius combo even better, because on top of everything you do, you draw not 1 but 2 cards, which can be super impactful. And also the fact that you can recycle stuff, it's actually good.
Yeah, and a lot of duelists with the popularity of Ryzel have compared this to Zodiac format, so it's nice to see a Fusion Sub back as
Especially
well.
because of what you did.
No, but yeah, it's great, and so we want to ask you quickly what went into bringing the deck. We have mentioned that you have a strong history with fusion decks. Why did you bring Melodius?
I basically branded Despi after the Puppet hit and the branded Fusion to 1. I was like, okay, I still love the deck, but I realized that with all the mulch armies and stuff like that, you cannot realistically go well with it. I'm still trying to find out some sauce about it, but at least I want to have 3 branded Fusion that does not lock me into anything, and I have so many plays. I have Untargetable Monster, which means Detonator. Nice deck. On top of that, maybe my only real bad matchup is Fiendsmith Hubel, because usually I faced the one in round 1 and I won, but basically when I Herald or Stop one something, if they have Engraver and they go Fiendsmith line, they go Aerial Eater effect and they go Hubel and they go and they reach into Hubel stuff. But overall this deck is very good. Aria in defense is basically something not a lot of decks can out. Eclipse is a card, but I still have the Ash Blossom for it. So, that's. I like the deck. I wanted to have something new and fresh. I brought it to Bologna, and I did not reach day 2. But I still tested with it, and I'm feeling pretty comfortable about my choice.
Yeah, and I mean a lot has changed since Bologna, and I think arguably we could say, as you mentioned, against maybe the Ryzel deck, it has gotten better. So
exactly.
Why not? You're also expected to face maybe a little bit less Hubel if that was the
my deck. Also, my deck choice is basically built against Ryzel and Fiendsmith. Against Banis, it's pretty tricky, but I have 3 Diddy Crow, banished Diddy Crow effect that I can use multiple times per turn. So nice Fiendsmith decks.
Yeah, we love to see the confidence, and it was definitely a great show. So we are happy that you managed to finally win, on stream, and we'll wish you best of luck for the remainder of the tournament.
Thank you very much.
We have 7 more rounds remaining as a reminder to crown the 2025 Italian Open champion. So don't go anywhere, and if you just want to keep watching and support players such as Andrea, don't go anywhere, because we'll be back soon with more action. Keep watching. And we're back with more action from Rome here at the Italian Open 2025. We are now in round 3, and well, I think we could have waited only as long before showing what is perceived to be as the best deck after winning YCS Raleigh, which is Finsmith Ryzel. And what a force to be reckoned. He took the event by storm. Although there has been some debate whether the just pure Ryzel version is superior, I think this version of the deck just has so much going for it, and representing it will be Pietro. On the other end, though, we have again a familiar face that we have featured in the past at the Italian National Championship, and that is Filippo. He is using quite an interesting deck. Again, going back to what Alberto likes, a lot of trap cards, as he's using a Labyrinth deck with a lot of spice, though.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing. I don't know where to look, honestly, because he plays. Yeah, he plays Kashtira cards as well. He plays Lava Golems. He plays, I don't know, 20 trap cards, I think, at least. And some green as well. So
yes, just a spark. But yeah, it's essentially a Kashtira Labyrinth deck, something quite interesting that I don't really remember seeing in the past. So it's something that Filippo has tried to bring for the event, working out up until now. They're both undefeated. And so there will be an interesting clash between, again, what is perceived to be the most represented deck. And for a reason, I think we can expect Filippo to be confident against it. Probably brought this deck thinking that he has a good matchup against it. But let's see whether theory and practice align, as Filippo should try to, walk the walk. But our players are ready, so let's find out who will be the winner of game 1. And here they are. Important roll, average from Filippo. And Pietro, overcomes it. So we'll finally get to see some Ryzel cards in action. And this is the deck that, as I've mentioned previously, a lot of players have been comparing to Zodiac. Mostly thanks to Detonator being, the Trident 2.0, we could say. And we do see a great start here with the Bonfire. I think it's definitely a very, very good deck. But it's always down to the question, when everybody is expecting you to be playing this deck, is it enough of a strong deck to be facing against all the 8? And I think we'll discover that pretty soon. I don't think there are any end traps, probably only impermanence, I think, in the deck from Filippo. So Pietro can play pretty much uninterrupted. I mean, for anyone who has missed, YCS Raleigh action, I would expect most people to be familiar with the deck, but essentially the interruptions are usually held for the duo drive. In this case, though, when you are playing both engines, as you can see here, Exit on Night, funny enough, is, this bridge between these two engines, where before locking yourself into rank 4s, you can just go and do a Finsmith combo.
Which I think makes a lot of sense, especially because the deck, on one hand, is incredibly consistent, and on the other side, also, you have a lot of different plays with Ryzel cards. And here, basically, we're just saying this only with the Bonfire. Let's just keep this in mind. So only with one card.
Yeah. It's a lot of recursion, and obviously when you play a deck like Labyrinth, it's tougher to set up interruptions, especially when you don't know that you're up against Labyrinth. But okay, we actually go for the Caesar line. That's interesting. And funnily enough, Caesar is really annoying for Labyrinth. Like, if you don't have a way to negate it, getting, you know, the ability to negate your trap cards can be quite annoying, but yeah.
And here what I'm seeing in Pietro's list, because when playing Ryzel plus the Finsmith, sometimes you cut on some cards on the Ryzel package, but it's still playing the field spell, which I think to me is very important. And I've also seen players cutting it out, which might be risky, honestly. And you also playing the one node, which we usually see it in the pure version, not only not sometimes in the Finsmith version, but it may have a sense.
And yeah, as we were expecting, this is going pretty much uninterrupted from Filippo's side, which means that we can just push further, setting up the duo into the detonator, possibly. Okay, and yeah, here comes detonator. And we get, again, one of these decks that can grind it out really well by using the field spell to recycle your resources and get additional draws, which can be very annoying for Labyrinth, actually. Especially in the side deck where you have cards like Cosmic Cyclone that you can just 1-for-1 with. Now Pietro still continuing getting one of these tracked. He has set up the Lacrima, so he has access to this Fiend in Paradise. Which, as we have seen previously in round 1, is quite effective against the Kashtira that Filippo is touching in. Yep. And this is it. This is some of what you could, you know, expect. Usually you see a duo in there, but...
Lava Golem? Yes.
Wow! Here comes one of those Lava Golems that Filippo is using. Great, great way to start things off here. That's really good.
Yeah, the best one, honestly, to start things off with. Let's see if he also has a Kashtira card, and he has. Wow. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, unfortunately for him is the planet which allows Pietro to use the Paradise afterwards to set it up. Since he didn't, he could have been punished by the Ardron Kashtiras, but I mean, this works out. And I think this is exactly what we are seeing here. As the information is revealed, Pietro can set up the Lacrima into the Paradise. Which I would have liked to see, probably, at least after the Lava Golem. Because you can expect it to be a deck such as Kashtira or, you know.
Yeah, I mean, worst case scenario, you just do it immediately and just prevent anything happening, no? So, yeah.
Yeah, so now let's see whether Filippo is even interested in just special summoning this Kashtira. He does go for Unicorn. And yeah, Pedro is having a little bit of a spot. Desaparecido. And yeah, here comes the Paradise as expected. Let's see whether Filippo bluffed it out and has a second Kashtira in hand. Very tense moment. We could just see a lot of face downs. And yeah, it does make sense to me, as I was saying. Like, there were no reason for Filippo to special summon if he didn't have another one. And now he's entering battle phase, using the effect to get rid of the Lacrima, and then use the additional attack boost from the field spell to attack over Lava Golem as well. So very well executioned, and now we do set some trap cards to stay in this game. Filippo definitely putting an effort to break this field, and now the pressure is on Pietro to fight back. He starts things off by taking a draw, makes a lot of sense. We did mention that the field spell is one of the most annoying cards to deal with for Labyrinth. Because the beauty of this deck is that I think he's still holding at least 4 cards in hand, something like that.
Oh yeah, but I think the consistency of the deck is incredible, and the field spell alone I think does so much, and it's very difficult to play against it. And
yeah, and also the Fiendsmith are there, so it's a lot of different engines, and yeah, and now he attempted to use the Requiem, but obviously Filippo is not falling for it, and does use the Fenrir to get rid of this Engraver, which again proves to the point where Kashtira cards still keep on being extremely good.
I'm wondering what Pietro's set card may be, because it's maybe it's the Metal Tronus, because like it's not impermanence, like no way it's an impermanence. Maybe the Metal Tronus, which is I don't really see like something else, honestly.
Yeah, or just the tractor researcher, I guess, but for now we are accessing the Raziels once again, and it's down to Filippo. I mean, at the moment also there is no way for Pietro to tell that he's up against a Labyrinth deck. It could totally be just a Kashtira deck that has drawn into, some impermanences, although you would use it against Ice most likely, having multiple. And okay, this gives a bit more information using the Dogmatica Punishment, still one of the most powerful normal trap cards, allowing you to 2-for-1 easily, and has a lot of versatility, sending different targets from the extra deck if you wanna draw a card, or thanks to the Garura, or if you wanna just destroy yet another card with the Antis, which is the case here.
And he gets rid of 2 of them.
Yes. Both are gone, which technically still a 1-for-1, because obviously the Ice brought the other Iceal. And yeah. We still push with the Sword, and there is a Solemn Strike face down from Filippo.
Not bad.
I think we still know the tract, if I'm not mistaken, from last, because I think he activated the Engraver at the very end, but maybe I'm wrong.
Oh yeah, because he's at the very end of the combo, right?
Yeah, I thought so. So maybe that's one of the other lines with which Pietro can try to push forward. And yeah, I was expecting it to be the face down, yeah. So we have normaled. And yeah, it's the... Is it Engraver?
Yeah, I think
it's Engraver, yeah, the Larry.
Yeah. Yeah, he drew into it.
So gets another Engraver, still plays a second copy of Tract if he wants, but he's only using 1 Requiem, which is a bit of an issue at the moment. Obviously the extra deck is very tight for a deck like this. But no, did he pass? Yeah, did he?
Yeah.
Just passed on this lurry, and maybe he didn't realize about again the Requiem and the restrictions that he had, and yeah, Filippo just free to do whatever he wants. Goes and activate this Ferrier, searching for a Unicorn, I think the only other target in deck. Still doesn't mean that he has all that much going for him, to be fair. I think he might just enter Battle Phase. Yeah, get rid of the field spell and the Lurry. Again, taking it really slow. Unfortunately, has not accessed the Labyrinth cards yet. But, I mean, you can also play the, you know, kind of slowly. Just a bit odd that this fact was activated.
You know, I think maybe the Solemn Strike would have been activated on the Sword effect, and not on the Summon. Just because if it's Summon, then you cannot special summon anything else, you know?
Possibly, but it looked at... I mean, in that case, though, I still even more, why would you track, I guess, but... I think it might have been a case of also forgetting maybe about this Requiem not being there, but, I mean, we'll figure it out. As now we can recycle a little bit more, but we still have the same issue as in the previous turn. Because if we go and activate effects without dealing with the Ferrier, then we can lose even additional resources. And an Engraver is already gone.
And you can tell Pietro is thinking about it, especially because he has to lose a lot of resources. And, I mean, funnily enough, Filippo didn't do much, like...
no, exactly, it's just a chill guy.
Yeah. He's just sitting on this Fenrir, which has been causing a lot of damages.
Yeah, and we are back to square one. Same situation as in the previous turn, and yeah, again, same thing. Second Engraver is gone. Only one remain. Do we have more Ryziel cards to push?
Ah, I passed.
No. Wow.
Did he?
Did he really?
Yeah.
He did. Just passed again. So, yeah. Bit of interesting resource management here by Pietro, I guess. But Filippo, fortunately, doesn't have the means to just close this one out. Without the Labyrinth cards, he doesn't deal damage outside of this Fenrir. So, as he picked up, he does finally pick up this big welcome, which he didn't use in the end phase. Didn't matter, I guess, because Ash is there to negate it. And yeah, just taking it slow once again, just pushing some damage, hopefully setting another trap. No,
wow,
so has not picked up a trap, which is brutal actually from Filippo. We're starting to clog up.
Discarded the Fuvalos.
And we see a...
What?
Fuvalos. But I think he...
I think he special summoned the ice, I guess.
Maybe. I think he activated the Fuvalos actually, just to play around other labyrinths, but like... I don't know, it didn't look as if he specialized, but I mean, might be the case. We'll figure it out. Either way, this is, again, a little bit troublesome. We do use this Fenrir, which is just, you know, keeps on accumulating targets on his back. And this time around, though, Pietro has a way to push forward. With this X.
And I think last set card from Filippo has been sitting there from the beginning, right? Because he never really used it, so... I'm not sure If it's maybe another Solemn Strike, but
Could also be another Dogmatica, but yeah, very few cards in there. Okay, Exciton is sent to the grave.
so maybe Filippo drew into another copy of Lava Golem, or maybe we already Labyrinth.
Yeah, there are very, very few non-trap cards left in deck. And now we see the Detonator. Yeah, as you can see, only showing how many cards he has.
I'm really not sure, honestly, what can be. What's the last set card from Filippo? Because he never really used it.
Pietro is counting. And yeah, we do see... Yeah, and it was the second Dogmatica, so... As expected, very few cards were there, and yeah, makes sense, since you already activated one previously. Just gonna change the Detonator to get rid of this Ferrir, which I think might be a mistake, actually. Because you know the Unicorn is in hand, and the Unicorn gives you birth into an easy, possibly OTK. So maybe without thinking twice about it, Pietro might have... yeah, made it hard on himself, but let's see. I mean, he still has a lot of cards in hand.
You think Filippo just wanted Pietro to use the other Detonator, right? And not activated the punishment before to get rid of both the sword and the axe, I guess.
Okay, yeah, I was wondering why the Detonator was not gone. And okay, here we see the one copy of Node. As you've mentioned, not played by everyone, but just means that he can summon another Detonator right away. And then play is back to Filippo, who is holding and top decks this extravagance, which is gonna help him out quite a bit here. But an Ash Blossom to stop it. I mean, the Unicorn is there, which is not really the best against the Detonator, but still you can use it depending on what's left in your extra deck. Okay, he does have the Typhon. So Typhon is luckily for Filippo still available. Has not banished all of them. And yeah, it's just... Yeah, he's having a think, because the thing... I mean, if you use the effect to get Birth, then Birth just gets outed by the Detonator. So it only makes sense if you have yet another Kashtira in hand. And yeah, he does use it. And here is a big thing from Pietro. And he does allow it. So this is well spot by Filippo. Yeah, because I think here at least you get into a decent spot. You have drawn a lot of cards. Unfortunately not, thanks to the Ash, but the game state is very simplified. And yeah, I think he's just almost forced to go into this Typhon. But he activates the Birth. Wow. And he... Wow, yeah, that...
Maybe just when
That was interesting to me.
maybe prefer to activate the unicorn rather than keeping the birth, but honestly,
Yeah. But you're also risking it because you activate the unicorn and Pietro, if you don't have another Kashtira, could have also chained the detonator, then get rid of the unicorn. But no, I think he is passed. Yeah. Play is back to Pietro. Unfortunate activation of this birth. I'm not sure. Maybe, yeah, no, I don't know. I mean, I was thinking maybe he thought Pietro was again gonna allow it, but I don't really see a universe in which that happens. And yeah, you can just now run it over. Yeah, now we are playing grind mode.
And here plays black to Pietro, who top deck a bonfire, and let's see if Filippo maybe drew into one of his Aruma cannon. That may help him out, but here, first of all, let's just see if Pietro can find his way to put some more pressure.
And yeah, this is already been almost 25 minutes in this game 1, and they have barely touched each other life points.
Here comes the Axe as well, being special summoned.
I think he entered battle phase. Yeah, pushing quite some damage. And Filippo, unfortunately, mostly due to the multiple Ash Blossoms from Pietro, seems like he's now with his back against the wall, down to few life points, and in desperate needs of top decking an answer that might not even exist. The second Lava Golem could help, but yeah, that's probably why Pietro doesn't even commit to a summon. And there is only yet another face down from Filippo. Desperately trying to stay in this. And I don't know, I'm a little bit worried because he's playing a lot of solemn cards. So at what point do you recognize that, you know, going into time might be too risky? And here we see Fuvalos coming up as a level 4 you can use to make Dweller, which is quite funny.
Daruma? Oh, no, okay.
Okay, it's... are we sure? But yeah, exactly. Debating about this detonator, it doesn't feel obvious to me to use it. Because, I mean... there is still the big welcome in the grave.
Yeah.
So I think we should have at least chained the Dweller.
Yeah.
So this might be a bit of yeah. Failed recognition by Pietro, unfortunately. Because now the big welcoming grave from early on was live. And I think he also...
You forgot about the...
yeah, the Kashtira.
The planet, right? Because I think he crashed into it.
Wow, this is turning on his head real quick.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Because
right?
unfortunately, I think he just crashed and he forgot about the field spell. The second time this has happened today already. And yeah, that's brutal. Wow. I mean, attack defense modifiers being extremely relevant here in 2025. Does he have anything that he can even do to stop this? Oof. Probably thought that the field spell only boosted Kashtiras. And, I mean, it's understandable. But no.
Or maybe, I don't know if he attacked or he just realized...
I'm pretty sure he did declare,
so.
but... I mean, maybe not. But I thought he did. He's also asking that he cannot probably target the, you know, the lady. So, yeah, he does.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't.
No.
Yeah, he does crash. He does crash and then the touches to stay. So yeah, I mean, unfortunate line here from Pietro, and
there's also the big welcome in the graveyard.
yeah, the big welcome, which I'm not even sure Filippo remembers about. It has been 20, now almost 30 minutes. So maybe that's not the case. Let's see if Filippo changes to the Dweller though.
I think, yeah,
No,
he might have forgotten.
I think he doesn't. So I think Filippo as well forgot about this big welcome maybe. But yeah, at the moment that is not the case. And we are gonna access our Finsmith once more. You can see Pietro really trying to play this as fast as possible. Yep. And there is a dimensional barrier that was hiding face down, to which, unless there is something chained, no, the lady is gonna then set anything. And again, this is going really badly for Pietro. Out of a sudden.
I wish Filippo was checking his graveyard.
Yeah, he should really check his graveyard. Then,
didn't
you know.
for a second.
Now he can fully access a lot of those cards that have been a little bit shy in this match. Only now getting his hands on this Labyrinth engine.
And not sure what he said, honestly, because I didn't quite catch it.
Yeah, and you can see Pietro has been shaking his head a bit, not really happy with this turn and himself. He felt as if, and we also did, he had complete control over this match, and now he is in panic mode. Because if he loses this one, then time is also running down, and there is a universe in which this could also
maybe only one game.
Yeah, just be a game one.
Because like from the way this game is going, I mean, I kind of see like this scenario being possible, especially because I think Pietro's left with few resources. Honestly, he has used a lot of them, and he's just trying to find a way to deal with this, but. With 3100 attack delay, the Labyrinth here, it's more than an issue, and almost 10 minutes remaining.
And now in Memphis Chew still trying to continue, but
okay. There's the Dweller. Yeah. There's the Dweller.
Yeah, there is the Dweller. They do remember about it. I mean, at least Filippo knew about it. But yeah, good catch as the Dweller activate earlier in the turn. And so this sequence gets to resolve. Yeah, and here we see Desiree. And this might just be the end of this turn. After a lot, we are finally upgrading to this Agnum Day. Yep, and this is the just finish me combo. Which allows you to essentially set up this huge Desiree, which is both boosted and protected by sequence. Filippo rose, and at the moment, I think, yeah, it's an interesting spot because let me check. He's not really able to target, obviously, the Desiree. And he's yeah, just passed, I guess. Yeah, what a close game. I mean, once we advance through the tournament and we see players that are still undefeated, the level also, you know, tends to be higher, and you can see a lot of these close matches. But who could have predicted 35 minutes of game one still going, and still that could end up either way.
The thing is that Pietro is left with not many options left, and really needs to find a solution to this. One last card for Filippo, and almost 9 minutes remaining, so very close game one, and
yeah, what a battle between these two.
okay, drew the Druid
Yeah,
Worm.
now we do draw one of the 3 bestials that we are maining. Again, another trend of this event. Which can be, I mean, probably not against this version. They are much better against the furniture version of Labyrinth, but yeah. We are just going into defense mode. And this is where we are gonna use the big welcome to get rid of yet the last layer of protection for this Desiree.
Plus that card? Okay, no, not yet.
Yeah, you gotta be careful about just flipping it at the moment. Because it's the Daruma, but then you can just chain. Oh, unfortunately flipped the Metaltronis. And I have no idea what it just said because it was so fast. But
I think it was another, maybe, yeah, welcome Labyrinth or something. I don't know. Someone find out. I mean, honestly...
yeah, this is now looking incredible for Filippo. I think the face down was quickly revealed to be the Metaltronis from Pietro. Yeah. And yeah, that doesn't really help him at the moment. Quick check of his graveyard, then after going down to 1500 life points and really being, you know, in a losing position for most of the match, Filippo, also thanks to some help from his opponent, find a way to crawl back and stay in this. And it's really true that unless you're down to your last life point, there is still hope in Yu-Gi-Oh! To make it.
Especially because I think if you're Pietro, you can also consider giving up on this game one at this point.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I can understand maybe tough, but time is a thing now, and I can't really see a universe in which Filippo loses this point.
Yeah, I guess there is the chance to just claim a draw, because if time will be called in game 2 when Pietro goes first, he has access to Gaga Cowboy, and maybe, but I mean, at the most that he could get in that case would be a draw, and that's not really ideal. But I guess that's a possibility, because I mean, he's not winning this match.
Yeah.
The most he can hope for is a draw at this point. Unless Filippo just turn it on his head and immediately concede game 2, which also could be a possibility to just try and somehow claim a victory. And yeah, this is what it is. What a game 1. We just witnessed 39 minutes of an incredible and tough battle. And now we are down to the ending. Again, there is a chance that this ends in a draw, but it will be close for sure. And spoiler, Filippo is siding 3 copies of Girlfriend, that is Ghost Sisters and Spooky Dogwood. So maybe that could also help him just catch this victory here.
And yeah, now the pressure is on Pietro for sure, because after this long game 1, honestly, I mean, he had a very good hand, very good start, but it was not enough. And I mean, at the end of the day, if we think about game 1, it's Filippo didn't do much at the very beginning. He was just using Defender over and over again, and I think it was at the end of the day paying off. Because we've mentioned this a lot of time, how powerful the Kashtira engine is, and yeah, for sure that planet on the field changed the entire game, just because Pietro forgot about it, and that was what made the difference at the end of the day. So here I think we are almost with 5 minutes remaining on the time, and there's no way here. I mean, Pietro's not going first, and I mean, if there's the Spooky Dogwood, of course we will be seeing another game for sure. But I mean, once again, I think Filippo maybe doesn't even know how he won this game 1, because there was a point in which we thought it was over. It was almost over, and we are now witnessing a total different match. As you mentioned, there can also be a universe in which Filippo picks up the card and says, not enough, let's just go to game 3.
Yeah, regardless, it's been quite a good show by both. And I think without further ado, they are done with their side decks. So let's see who will be the winner of round 3.
While shuffling, I saw Pietro siding in Solemn Judgment.
I mean, it's a strategy.
Yeah,
It is.
it is.
It is a possibility. Maybe he wins in 3 minutes. Let's see. After, fighting for 40 plus. First of all, Pietro opens up with this tract. Are we going to see this Spooky Dogwood from Filippo? Not quite at the moment. And you can see Pietro going super fast.
Especially because if there's a universe in which there's no damage being dealt.
Yeah, Filippo wins.
Yeah.
So it's obvious that Pietro is the one under pressure at the moment. Now that 3 minutes are gone, this pretty much means that, yeah, this can just end up in either a draw or a win for Filippo, and that's a lot of pressure gone. So he doesn't even have to worry all that much. But obviously, you still wanna claim that victory. And as we have mentioned, the main win condition at the moment for Pietro is that Gaga Cowboy, El Pistolero. Okay, going quite fast, but don't wanna mess up. Goes for the sequence. Yep.
Yeah, something similar.
But he does not have access to the Ryziels, unfortunately, so not quite able, and goes for an anti-spell fragrance, which is quite an interesting side deck option against Labyrinth, but does work out against the pot and the planet, so obviously you want to open it up against other matchups.
Oh man, set 5, set 6.
Wow, I'm actually surprised that, I mean, kudos to Filippo for his fair play, because he played this extremely fast. I mean, there wasn't much to think about, most likely, but I mean, with just 1 minute remaining, when you know you just win, it's not obvious that you would play as quickly as he did.
Yeah, just picks up some cards and just says, yeah, okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna set them all. So
Confident boost, I guess. This engraver is obviously alright, not able to activate Pact, and we see the Daruma.
another one.
We're gonna negate it.
There is obviously no
There's
strike
another one, but there is another one, and this might just be enough. And this is brutal because you also get rid of all the production from Desiree. What a match. And now we see 3 face down, most likely spells, and we have a big welcome stopped by Ash, though. Wow. And the field spell is now flipped, which is really great news from Filippo. Down to the last 20 seconds remaining. It seems like it's just a matter of moments before Filippo can clutch this one out. There comes the Fenrir. And you can see... Oh, and the normal summon of Spooky Dogwood. Just to show that there was really no hope for Pietro all along. And I think they both know it's over. As time has been called, Filippo will win this one. Just 1-0. And he is the one who won this round 3. Wow. What did we just witnessed? Yeah, insane, absolutely insane match. We did mention at the start that, this Ryziel Finsmith deck was perceived by many to be the best deck after having won YCS Rally. And unfortunately, it didn't shine that much in this match. Maybe it's due to Filippo and the way he built his deck. But yeah, I mean, that game 1 was just something else. 39 minutes of grinding.
I think if you are Filippo, honestly, you don't really know how you won the game, because there was a point in which we all thought that it may be over. And we mentioned this before. I mean, Defender alone got rid of I don't know how many cards, honestly. And we said that the Kashtira engine itself has been incredible over 2024, and I think it will have a huge impact as well in 2025 as well. And in Game 2, I mean...
Yeah, I mean, Game 2 is the usual when a game, especially Game 1, drags for so long. If you have a deck that has some win condition in time, obviously that's the way that you at least can try and claim a draw, and you gotta feel a little bit bad for his opponent, because we saw a moment in Game 1 where it was very controlling, where he didn't think about the boost from the Kashtira field spell, affecting also the Labyrinth monsters, and that probably where the duel turns upside down. And then in Game 2, he goes first, and he doesn't open any Ryziel cards to try and push for that Gaga Cowboy. And I mean, still, you gotta give credit to both, and we will wish them best of luck for the remainder of the round. Unfortunately, due to the round having, been quite long, we don't really have time for an interview with Filippo, because we don't want to keep you guys waiting too long to turn back into action. So instead, we're gonna thank you for being with us, and then we'll go on a short break, and we'll be back with round 4. And we are back from the Italian Open in Rome 2025. We are down to round 4 as we just witnessed a very long and grinded out game 1 between two decks that we didn't see before. And I think it's time to showcase once again the diversity that we are witnessing today within these 512 players. Yet another table of undefeated duelists at the moment with a pretty solid score of 3-0. And it is decks that, to say the least, we did not expect performing at this high level. Because on the one end, we have a fusion deck in what is Chimera, with some really interesting inclusions, which we are not gonna quite talk about yet. And on the other end, if 2024 was by many defined as the year of the fire, it was not quite the fire deck that we are gonna see now in action, as it is Salaman Great.
I
Wow.
mean, a deck that we streamed quite a few times last year, honestly, and still performing at high tables. And I'm still impressed that the deck is still there, still consistent. And I mean, I'm really curious to see this matchup because honestly,
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of peculiar, but at the same time, like looking at Victor's deck list, I really like it. So I really can't wait to see our players in action.
I think all theories thrown out of the window, as neither of the two are gonna expect what they are facing off against. But regardless, I think we can expect some fireworks. And without further ado, our players are ready, so let's jump into action. Here they are. Andrea against Victor. Re-rolling. And let's see who it is going first. And here they are. Is it Victor? No, I think. Yes, it is. Okay, we start things off with one of the best spells in the deck. This patchwork. As we have mentioned, he's playing, of course, a Fiendsmith package, but also quite some surprises, which I am wishful that we are gonna see in action from Victor.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see the starting lineup he goes for usually. Here we see the Sword Knight and
Oof, and the full assist picked up in the main deck. Do we have a response? Because this could be quite brutal. I think it's definitely one of the worst cards that you could be facing off against. And yeah, I think it just resolved.
And you can tell that Victor was not happy with it at all, shaking his head, but see if he finds a way. And there's a Veiler as well. Okay.
Oof. Yeah, because I was about to say, if you do get to the birth format, then okay, we are chaining. Oh, that's actually quite strong. Because this is one of those decks that can take the approach of just passing if hit by Fuwalos and not commit too many summons. Indeed, though, we are gonna go for Aerial Eater. A card that we have seen become extremely popular in Ubel as of lately. Can be quite effective in this deck as well. It's not a surprise that Salaman Great still is relying on playing a very high count of entraps. I think he's on 20 plus. 9, 12, 15, yeah, something like that.
Yeah, almost 20.
Yeah,
Yeah.
close to 20, yeah. But now I think the pressure is mostly on Victor, because he needs to understand how to deal effectively with this Fuvalos. Ever since it was released, obviously there have been a lot of attention on the card, but it's unclear whether the impact was, I guess, as large as it was predicted by many players. It seems as if, you know, Duelist really found the way around this card, and Victor decides to still special summon more.
I think he just understood he needs to commit. Otherwise, we would have seen a pass for sure, but doesn't seem like it. And it's just, you know, this Fuvalos is giving Andrea so many cards. And also plays the Nibiru, so there may be a scenario in which, you know, he draws it.
Yeah, this polymerization though makes sense. You give your opponent one card, but in return you get 3, essentially, because he's gonna search so much. And he gets to resolve, so he will get a patchwork which doesn't do much, because he's out of edge imps actually, but might as well just get it out of the deck. And yeah, there is the patchwork, and there is also one of the last remaining Chimera cards, which is the total. So we do have double Chimera Fusion. I think another poly maybe, although it's a different
Yeah, he has another
artwork.
poly, the Chimera Fusion.
And the patchwork. So yeah, it's pretty much all in. Now he's gonna get another monster, so he has the full setup. He obviously has the Sword Knight in the grave as an additional interruption. But yeah, I'm just curious to see whether he still wants to commit a little bit more to the field, or if he's just gonna pass and mostly rely on this Chimera Fusion. Yeah, makes a lot of sense to me. Gonna set 3 cards and pass. So yeah, as understandably, you know, Andrea is just reading the only real interruption from the graveyard available, which is his Mirror Sword Knight. But as you predicted, here comes the rock. Nibiru. This deck does not always play, you know, and commits to this many summons, but yeah, this is just absolutely brutal.
And I think this is the advantage of playing a deck such as Salman Great, as mentioned. You can afford to play a lot of different hand traps. And here, I think, not gonna be easy for Victor, honestly, especially because he was basically forced to commit this kind of plays. And let's see if he has anything else going on. Just asking his opponent for cards in hand. I think it's 5. Yeah.
And yeah, Salmon Great of Fire is sniped by Victor. Now that we are in the end phase. And yeah, I think he's just asking pick up on all the relevant effects in the grave. But finally, it is Andrea's turn. He knows that he has to deal with the Chimera Fusion face down. But what he doesn't know is that there is a second copy, I believe, face down as well.
Okay, he activates, I think in the draw phase or standby phase, not sure, to special summon one from the graveyard. What I like about the Chimera deck is that you have a lot of recycle options, and the more you recycle, the more resources you get from your deck as well. And it's one of those decks which we have seen over the last year as well, which is very difficult to play against, especially because you're not so sure where to activate your interruptions on. And still, I mean, although the Fabulos was activated from Andrea, still Victor has a lot of cards. And
yeah, here comes the second Salmon Great of Fire from the end. A really solid starter from the of the deck. Can get you pretty much what you need. Gazelle. And yeah, just allows you to push into more and more plays. As of lately, he's not using any access code package, relying on a lot of free OVs, but we'll see whether he's able to go for the Pyro Phoenix later on. And here comes Gazelle. Again, nothing from Victor. He knows he has to be extremely patient with whatever he does. And here comes the Spinny.
I think he's not activated the building, so he must have hard drew the Sanctuary.
And finally, there comes the first Chimera Fusion, going most likely for the pop. And yeah, there it comes, Guardian Chimera. What a card. Using 2 from field and 1 from hand, allowing him to destroy 2 cards and then draw 1. I think it's also protected because there is a polymerization in the graveyard, so cannot be targeted. And you know, 3300 is no joke. And here comes one of the tech cards in the deck, the one-offs, which is these Diabells.
And gets rid of the Billings and the Gazelle as well. And I think Victor has also 5 cards in hand, so brilliantly executed from him. Also gets rid of another Nibiru, and with 5 cards in hand from Victor, honestly, I mean, maybe risky, but Andres left with 2 cards in hand, so this is just show how powerful the Chimera deck is in recycling and having a lot of different options. I think it's the Weasel, right?
Yeah, he gets the Weasel, which is just another extender at this point. He's maxing out on this consistency card with triple sign and mining. And yeah, here comes the Weasel. essentially represents 2 bodies, because you can get it back from the graveyard later on.
Another spinny here, and honestly, although that Fugalos hurt a lot, the thing is, Victor has a lot of different interruptions, and you can tell here he's just having a think whether to allow this or not, but also we need to understand where does Andrea want to go. Like, because here comes the Stalio.
And here could come down either the second fusion or... yeah, he's really thinking about it, Victor, ready to pull the trigger. And he does activate the second copy of Chimera Fusion. Goes on to resolve, yeah. So gets rid of some of these monsters he just previously searched with the diabells. And finally access the Baphomet.
Yeah, the Baphomet is very nice, especially because he can send one base Fiend or Illusion from the deck to the graveyard, and he can also banish this card from the graveyard to basically bring back one of his banished monster.
Now the Sword Knight goes to negate the Stalio. And the pressure is back on Andrea to figure out how to proceed from here on. And I think he has seen enough. Victor, even through this Fugalos, was able to set up a very nice field full of interruptions thanks to this double Chimera Fusion, and you can see him being quite happy with his performance. And now it's it's where the fun begins for both, because they are gonna have to improvise their side deck a little bit. Definitely not expecting to be facing off against these decks today.
I think like Victor can be very happy with this, but on the other side, if you're Andrea and you saw Fugalos, Veiler, Nibiru, and they didn't do much, because at the end of the day, Victor had more cards than you in your very first turn of play. This may let you think I'm in trouble, especially because I think Victor had a thought where to continue or not at the very beginning of the turn, and I think it paid off in the end, because I think he piloted it very well. And looking at the side deck, honestly, I mean, like, you cannot be prepared against all the various decks in the current format, but for sure, honestly, I don't really see Andrea, apart from maybe the cross-up Designator and the Call by the Grave, anything else. Maybe the Shifter, but this is something that he sides in just for the cross-up Designator. So in general, I don't really feel like he has much.
No, it's basically his message is my deck is very good at going first. It sets up threatening fields, so I'm just gonna take out the Fugalos, sides in cross out to protect me from the entraps that I'm mostly afraid of, and call it a day. On the other hand, Victor, again, has prepared for very popular decks, so I don't think his side deck does anything against Salamangreat. The only thing I could see bringing in is probably Ash and the one of Purulia if he wants, but that's pretty much about it. But I think our duelists are ready. So without further ado, let's jump back into game 2. Here they come, and let's see if Andrea is gonna be able to resolve some combos. I mean, Chimera is known for not being quite heavy on the end chops, so he should be fine. And goes to normal summon the Gazelle, which is not ideal, but I mean, works out. Yeah, this start is pretty much the good old Saruman Great start. And we do see the Charmy, but we have an Ash. I'm not surprised. After siding, he has all, 7 possible ways of dealing with the cards. So, I mean, you can see Victor just smiling a little bit. Well, it is to be expected. And yeah, here he has pretty much what he needs. He is using the Rage in the deck, so he can, it's also one of those decks where maybe you don't set up the most threatening field, but the really good thing about starting with an Ash Blossom on the Mulcharmy, if you play Salamangreat, is that you get back that Ash with the Wolf the same turn, and that's really, really strong.
Here, usual stuff from the Salamangreat, getting the Sanctuary with the Bailings. And I think we will soon see the Silent Wolf being summoned from Andrea. Yeah,
and there it is. The Wolf in Rome get an additional boost. Being the only football team that we have. Considering tonight is a special occasion for fans here in Rome. And yeah, as expected, this is what he is gonna go for. He can special summon the Gazelle, although he has already used the on-field effect, and can get back the Ash if he wants from the graveyard. Now we see the Weasel, and oftentimes you can use this quite nicely to give your opponent afterwards a monster, and then take advantage of both Princess effect and, drawing additional cards, which is quite a nice interaction for the Salamangreat deck.
Here, Victor just witnessing Andrea taking his time to combo off.
Yeah, here comes the Raging Phoenix. And yeah, this is the nice interaction we were mentioning, where you give your opponent a monster, and now he's able to get back the counter trap, essentially building his own Solemn Judgment. And as it was special summon, you can, which is quite rare, activate the princes on your own first turn. And this is the typical Salamangreat line where you destroy both, and then you can still link climb, making this Pyro Phoenix. And seems like that's it. So he has summoned all of the Salamangreat links. And finally passes back to Victor, who is in a very rough spot because he has to deal with Rage, Ash Blossom as well, which we know of. And then the Princess in the graveyard. So definitely a little bit of an upfield battle at the moment. So we could have a quick one, but never count Victor off. Okay, here comes Apprentice trying to search. Andrea is having a think. Ooh, but we see a draw and lock, which, by the way, yeah, is from the side deck from Andrea. And yeah, I think Victor has seen enough. I mean, it would have been tough even without the draw, but yeah, that was just the nail in the coffin. And the score is tied. Both setting up their own fields, both through a Fuvalos. Although we have seen the two approaches that, I mean, we all discussed, which is either build a deck that can inherently play around the Fuvalos, which is the case for Victor. He completely ignored the card and just played through it. Or play as many outs to the card as possible, which is the case for Andrea, having free Ash, free cross out, and the Cold by the Grave. So he was, thankfully for him, able to pick up one of these outs. And now, the pressure is once again on Victor. He goes first, will try to set up as he did in game 1. Will it work again? Only time will tell, but at least now Andrea has a lot more going for him, because most of this side deck is built for going second, and we have seen the draw. He's siding the whole package of 3, so we'll see whether he picks up any of them. And that will be the case. On the other end, I think, yeah, Bestials could be brought. They are definitely decent against the deck. They can be pretty good in different spots, and especially against the Fiendsmith part of the deck. So I think Andrea, if he wants, can go up to something like 23, if not even 24 entrops. So that can be definitely tough to play through if you're Victor. But yeah, you can see the last decisions from Andrea when I think about 15 minutes remained in the round. So that's about it. And as our duelists are almost done shuffling up, we gotta find out who will be the winner of round 4. Here they are. It didn't really seem as if any of the two had a chance to break the field made by the other, so I gotta give the advantage to Victor, but I mean, he's gonna have to navigate through a lot of entrops, most likely. And we start things off, let's see with what. Okay, same as Game 1, same response, and Victor does have the Ash this time around, though. I mean, he didn't look too happy, and then he dropped the Ash, which I think Andrea is not gonna be too happy about.
It was like, why not?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was not super disappointed, honestly, but I mean, he had the dash and it was like, yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna activate it, no?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Oof, and we do have the patchwork as well, so this is so strong, and obviously the Fugalos is a lot better in this kind of decks, because if it resolved, it then draws you a lot of those other end traps that you can use. This way around, whatever Andrea is gonna throw at his opponent, it's gonna be one less card that he has in hand, and we have seen how good Chimera is at just managing resources. And that's, yeah, a lot of trouble coming his way.
This is a very good start from Victor here, and I don't think there's even a draw lock from Andrea's side. And look at this. I mean, this is what we were talking about before. Like, not only Chimera puts a lot of pressure into your opponent, but at the same time, like, I mean, ooh, here we also see the...
And yes, finally, I've been waiting for this. We do see another package that is included, which is Evil Heroes, which allows you to kind of bridge into the Finsmith, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I really like this, honestly. With just sending it with the Sinister Necrom here, just access to the full combo, and it looks as if Andrea is allowing Victor to combo off without any interruptions. There's also the core, which is being discarded, and looking very good for Victor, honestly. And it's also quite unfortunate for Andrea not having any other hand traps, considering the amount of he's playing.
Yeah. I mean, we could see a Nibiru as we did in game 1, but it didn't really help at all, because once you get to the Chimera Fusion, you have a way to access the beast, and yeah, it's a lot of trouble. Seems like Victor had been debating a lot about what to summon, but in the end goes for this Caesar, cutting off the Nibiru option as well.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense, especially saying it after game 1. You don't really want to risk it out. And with the Caesar being on the field here, it just prevents his opponent's activation. Let's see how he decides to go on with this.
Okay, goes to activate the Chimera Fusion, the first of this game. And this is still so many resources coming his way. About 30 minutes remain, which should be enough to play this game out. Hopefully, at least. It does represent a little bit of concern for Andrea to just try and not only break the field, but then have enough to not losing time in the subsequent play. And I think I spot a droplet in the end from Victor too, which, you know, can help, although it's a going second card, you know, can be quite tricky. And today has been a very odd, you know, day of Yu-Gi-Oh! meaning that we had a lot of attack and defense modifiers matter, so maybe Droplet will be relevant more for his shrink-like effect rather than the negation. Yeah, here comes the Magnum, allowing you to get even more card advantage. Yeah, I mean, just the card in the bottom should stay the same. Yeah, the card on the bottom should stay the same because accidentally Victor picked up 2 cards instead of 1, but I mean, they're just shuffling the deck. So yeah, I mean, they're just gonna quickly fix it because the card in the bottom of the deck, as you can see, has to be the polymerization that was shuffled. But I mean, nothing too serious. They're quickly fixing it, and then the judge is gonna shuffle the deck for them, and that has been fixed. Yeah. So now Victor is just explaining the relevant effects to his opponent and ending on what is by far a much better field than game 1. So I'm really afraid if I am a friend of Andrea. I would be afraid. We also see these nice Diabells, which kinda is a pseudo anti-spell fragrance. It forces you to set spells before activating him, and then destroys 1 when you do. So, you know, it's a very annoying card to deal with. And yeah, this is the case. So as you can see, he's gonna set 1, and then that's gonna be destroyed. Great bluff by Andrea with that rage. Oh, but the Fiend in Paradise, wow! The hard-drawn synergy is just so good. Yeah, this is so much. Yeah, too many interruptions, I think, from Victor. So although here he's trying his best, he has a bestial, like the King Caesar can just negate it. There is no way that you can chain any spells because the Diabells is there. So yeah, this is very rough.
Wow, I mean, look at this. This is impressive, honestly.
Yeah, it's definitely scary. It's a very oppressive field. And I think he has used the yeah, also the Gazelle. Wow. I mean, only a couple cards remain from Andrea. Sets 1. Could be a spell. And so Victor is thinking whether he wants to activate the fusion. Doesn't seem like it. And I think he has passed. And yeah, that's pretty much it. As long as he deals some damage and just calls time out of the equation, there are 8+ minutes remaining, and yeah, Victor is perfectly sailing through this.
Yeah, very impressive stuff here from Victor, and it's just going here, let's see, to put enough damage on the field before declaring battle phase, and yeah, brings in the Lacrima.
Yeah, just call it a day at this point. And yeah, I think he's just moving to the battle phase, swinging. There is a Salamangreat Circle activated, which is also, funny enough, super anti-synergy for the Diabells, because you cannot activate it once it's set. But yeah, very good show, and congrats to Victor, who is the winner of round 4. Well, what a match, and it was definitely refreshing to see two decks that were probably on the underdog side of things when looking at the meta for the Open here in Rome. But, I mean, I think they both proved why they were undefeated up until this round. When going first, it didn't seem like the opponent had a chance to fight back. And that was about it.
Also, I really like the way of Victor's style, no? Bringing out a deck like this. And I think it was, yes, Bologna, we witnessed more than 15 decks during the Swiss rounds.
Yeah.
And here as well, I think the trend is going their way until now. So it's, I mean, very impressive stuff from Victor. And we'll travel all along the way to Rome and for all records.
Yeah,
so
I mean, it's going well. And I mean, we have mentioned that Ryziel and Malice are the two decks that most people would probably bring. But I think as compared to previous just meta, maybe there is a lot more freedom in the different decks that you can bring. And as you have mentioned, Bologna, Lille, a lot of the events in the past years have shown that you can play whatever deck you're comfortable with and just do well. I'm just thinking of Julius especially, which proved with Rika and then Mermail that you can play whatever strategy at all and still be extremely consistent and successful. So I'm definitely looking forward to see what the future brings us. But this was the end of round 4. But again, thank you guys for being with us. But don't go anywhere, because we'll be back soon with more content here live in Rome. Welcome back to the coverage here in Rome, live for the Italian Open 2025. We are now at the middle of the day as 512 players gathered to compete in order to become the champion. And that means that we are going through 9 rounds of Swiss, and we are currently in round 5. So we have been featuring mostly players that have been on an undefeated record, and that will be the case again for this round. But I think it is time that we show the deck that we have been talking about quite a bit alongside Rizio, and that is Malice. Finally, we managed to pick up one of the duelists. We're still going undefeated with it, and I think the deck has a lot to offer. It's quite unique. There has been a lot of different versions, whether playing you know, more relying on engines, mixing it up with other ones, or playing power spells. And power spells are the synonym of Sky Strikers, and that's what our duelist today is doing. I think I really like this idea. We have seen some experimentation at YCS Riley already of this deck, and I'm really, you know, excited to see it in action. But against it, it will be another of those decks that people have been, you know, rumoring about, and it's Voiceless Voice.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Valerio at our previous few matches during the years, always piloting this deck, funnily enough, and being in the top tables. And
Yeah.
he's playing also some Raziel cards in the deck, some cool additions to it. And once again, like, most of them are 3-offs, so very consistent deck. And now let's see against the Malice deck in action, honestly.
Yeah, I think Voiceless is for sure one of those decks that, to me, is for, you know, people that really enjoy it and stick to it, you know, diehard fans. I feel like it has a strong community of players who just adapt the deck to whatever new cards or new lists that come out, and this is the case for Valerio. So maybe he is missing, you know, that breakout performance. Today could be his day, already walking in with a 4-0 score. But without further ado, it's gonna be the battle of the combo decks here in round 5. So let's jump into game 1. Here they are. Important role. I think it's Snake Eye, meaning 1 and 1. And yeah, his opponent is gonna go first. So fasten your seatbelt, because we're about to experience some Malice in here. And he's also, as he's playing the Sky Striker cards, kind of disregarding Droll and going in with the full 3 copies of Allure of Darkness, which is such a strong card in the Malice deck. And I think we started with the Chessy Cat.
Just got into the decoder, and here I think comes a Magna. Okay. Yeah, and a good start here from Nicolas. The important thing is to put up on the field the Malice monsters to start your combo, and also with the Magnum Wood being activated also in the end phase, you can also search out something. I think he has a very good hand as well with a Thrust. And here it comes the first one, the Red Ransom.
Is there any response from Valerio? He is using only 6 Entraps in the deck, being Impermanence and Nibiru. Straight to the point. And yeah, this resolves. I mean, Malice overall, out of the 2 new decks, we could say, is the most explosive one. It's lacking a little bit of consistency still, I feel. but definitely in terms of power level, it can set up ending fields that are much better than Ryzel. And we'll see whether that is the case also, because it's still at the end of the day a Cyber stack, and so it can do a lot of the Cyber's combo that we saw from different decks in the past.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, I think it's so explosive sometimes that it's very difficult to stop, because like a couple of interruptions may not be enough. And it gets to a certain point in which also I think it's not super easy to side decking against the deck. Of course, there's the Artifact Lancia, which is very helpful, but at the same time, like both Malice and Ryzel are very different decks. Like as mentioned before, Ryzel is more of a Zodiac version, let's say. Malice here, there are very different versions, like the one Nicholas is playing is with Sky Striker, as mentioned, with Allure of Darkness, so it just tries to put up on the field as soon as possible the combo pieces. And I feel like also there's room for you know, experimenting a little bit, and you know, YCS Birmingham is in a month from now, so there's still room for fantasy, I would say. And here, let's just see, because as mentioned, Valerio is just main decking 6 hand traps, so it may be the case that we see a full combo from Nicholas.
Yeah, and here we see yet another for duelists who are not as familiar with Malice. Key concept of the deck, which is destruct cards that can be used the same turn as they are set, and allow you to play around different interruptions from your opponent, and also kind of play into mind games where you can just similarly to how Unchained did, set a card and then play, and your opponent must be wondering whether that is you know, which of the Malice trap cards it could be.
Here comes the White Binder, and then the Chessy Cat gets banished.
Yeah. As mentioned, Valerio is just observing what his opponent will finally set up. At the moment, I believe he has both TB and GWC set.
And here, if you're Nicholas, you just try to continue if nothing happens, or you just consider maybe my opponent has a copy of Nibiru, because it may be the case, right?
Yeah. I mean, Valerio, either for mind games or for actually holding it, has been, you know, showing some sign of, let me think about a response. So you're definitely right that it's gonna be on his mind to just play around as much as possible. But seems like he's finally linking away his entire field for what is one of the boss monsters of most cyber decks nowadays, thanks to this new Firewall Dragon, we could say. And then he's gonna set up the negation in the graveyard. Yeah.
But he didn't search the Druid's Worm in the end phase, I think. Yeah. Because he declared the Magna mode, I'm pretty sure, right?
Okay. Apparently he didn't declare the Magnamut, that's what we have been told by our judge. Let's see. Because Valerio at the moment is also preserving information. You need to figure out whether he can come up with something to break this field. If not, he could just pick up his cards. But okay, start things off with an interesting card in the Nadir Servant. And yeah, it prompts the negation. Let's see if this was just a bait or not.
And I think Valerio is holding another one because he was having a look if he can activate another copy.
Yeah, exactly. Because if it, unfortunately for his opponent, does negate the activation, and so he can use the second copy. Because he doesn't say only one can be used, but only one can be activated. For now, he goes for low. Ooh, and here is the surprise of this Sky Striker package. Does he have 3 spells? Doesn't look like he's interested in taking control of it regardless. Don't think he did anyway. And yeah, he's gonna go and push for Anima. As the activation was negated, he is not under the restriction of Nadir's Servant, which is also why he has gone for low first and kept the second copy of Nadir afterwards. And here we see another of those popular tech cards this weekend in this Metaltronis.
I'm still wondering though if. Oh, okay. There's the. I didn't see the.
Yeah, from end, we see Impulse.
Yeah. Honestly, I mean, with this impulse being activated, maybe more than enough.
Yeah, and this is huge because as you can see here, dude, I mean, this is just a lot. Okay, just thinking on the zone. And Valerio, though, is still holding that second Nadir. Yep. Here he comes down. Can be activated indeed. So he's gonna have, I think, quite a few options available to him. He does have the Antis. He has quite a... he can go for a draw. And yeah, does go for Antis. Aiming at, I think, what was 6? I think 06. Yeah, most likely. I think that's where he's at.
Because I think he has both the 11 and the 06, right?
Yeah. But
Oh, okay. He goes 06, change.
chain 11.
Yeah.
gets to resolve, so he's gonna special summon two. One from deck, one from Banished or Grave. Here they come. And it's gonna be the white binder from Graveyard, who gets to, if, and most likely will get to resolve, is gonna grant him so much advantage here by banishing 3.
Yeah, here it comes when the deck gets even more crazy, because now the Red Ramson and the Rabbit come back.
Yeah, it just gets to special summon a lot. He banished the NTs, which means the Maximus in hand is also dead at the moment, as he doesn't have an extra deck monster to banish in the graveyard.
Yeah, and Valerio,
And yeah, I think Valerio has seen enough. Very well executioned by his opponent, Nicolas, who piloted this Mallet deck to victory here for the first time that we see it finally in action this weekend. And yeah, it's turning out to be quite a force to be reckoned with. On the other end, Valerio, as they are discussing, he's saying I didn't really have much. And now he is gonna take a look at his side deck. And this is where most doubters of Malice come in. Because there is enemy number 1 out there, which is Artifact Lancia. This card is just absolutely incredible. When you go second, you have obviously the 3 copies. But the issue is that when you go first, you can have up to 9 copies by playing Artifact Sanctum, a favorite of mine, I gotta say, and Trust to search it. In this case, Valerio is gonna play 7 copies essentially of it, and yeah, this is a big issue for Nicolas. Does he have any way to fight back? He does, because he is siding his own copy of Lancia with the crossout, so that can be a way to just try and even out. On the other hand, Malice, being a deck that relies a lot on banishing, can also afford to side Shifter. And that in some of these matchups can really, come in handy once you side. So it will be an interesting face-off, I think.
The only thing I'm not sure of is, being the deck Valerio is playing, maybe I would have not spoiled it. Because it didn't really change much. Of course, you really want to try and fight back. But given Valerio's hand and compared to his opponent, maybe could have given a try just saying, okay, let's just go into game 2. I mean, not that your opponent may be super familiar with the deck or may expect it to the tournament, but I mean, overall, if you don't really see the chances on the table, maybe sometimes it's just better, as we have seen so far throughout the years from our most successful players, just go straight into game 2. But here, we will soon find out if the Artifact Lancias will be activated from Valerio, and as mentioned, he also has 3 triple tactics talent, so like...
Yeah, a lot of option going first, but worst case scenario, I mean, Nicolas can relax a little bit more, because even if things go, down south, he has game 3 to try and fight back. But our duelists are pretty much over with their side decks, so let's jump back into action for game 2. Here they are. only one of them can advance with an undefeated record. And obviously, for anyone who is not too familiar with these opens, it's only Swiss. So even just one loss usually means that you're not gonna be able to win the entire event, and this makes it, in a way, even tougher than other events that might have a higher number of participants.
And you really want to get your chances and advance as much as possible into the tournament. And I mean, as mentioned before, we have national champions in the room, YCS champions, and not an easy tournament to play, especially with a field like this. 9 random Swiss are always, almost there for a YCS, let's say, for Swiss rounds. And here, Valerio is just having a think on how to proceed with this. We have a Lancia in hand.
Yeah, we do see the threaded Lancia, so at the end of the day, even if he's not able to make the best field, he can chill. And here might come one of the techs, we could say, because he is using a Ryzel package. And this is not something, played by every single voiceless voice players. And it's definitely an interesting one. So let's see whether that will be something that can push this deck even to higher degrees. And it does start things off with, as we can see, the X. He's just playing the 6 Ryzel's monsters, so 3, 2, and 1 ice. Yeah, I guess it's an interesting inclusion for sure.
Yeah, I mean, another layer of interaction, and I think in general, just with a 1 card once again here brings up on the field the detonator, and I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense because at the end of the day, you have your voiceless voice engine, and with just few cards, you have another basically engine helping you out.
Here comes the prayers. And gets rid of the Soravis, which is always a nice protection from mostly Impermanence and Veiler. And this allows him to get Skull, Guardian, and Low. Yeah, and here comes Low. Definitely, interesting mix of engines, which we have not really seen too much of. But yeah, Valerio, I mean, we've mentioned that he is a veteran of the voiceless deck, and so it makes sense to me that he has tried to include some of the cards from Crossover Breaker to the deck. That's it. So Nicholas facing off against what seems like the unbreakable field with the Lancia. Does he have the cross out or the cold buy? Does not. So he's gonna chain a Bestial to just try and stay in this. The rest of the end, I think he might have a Trust.
Let's see what line can Nicholas go for here with being under Lancia. It goes with Lizard. It's just having a laugh. I mean, you can tell with
I mean,
Vernier goes with the engage.
Yeah, the engage with the different artwork. If you have not recognized it. Getting the Hornet drones, and I mean, that was, yeah, it was a thrust indeed, which was one of the only hopes of trying to, you know, play with the Sky Striker engine if you get Lanciad. And here comes the Hornet drones. Kagari can get you back that engage, possibly. But that's not gonna be the case, as we do see the Radiance destroying the token. Do we have anything? Nicholas is kind of smiling. This might be done, and we might be heading into game 3. But we do have an engage, so at least another hope is... I think that's the last card, right?
Maybe.
I don't see anything else in his hand. But it's a good one for sure.
Well, there's spells in the graveyard, so at least he can draw another card and...
Maybe another engage. No, he does have one card. But no, that's enough. So, unfortunately, although we do resolve an engage for a +1, this is not quite enough. And Nicholas falls victim to what was an amazing opening, backed up by Lancea. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, we've mentioned this before. Having Lance against the Malice deck makes a lot of difference, especially going first. I mean, you have the Trust, you have the Talents, and also the Sanctum. And here, I mean, once again, I think the... it may not be easy, but this time around, Nicholas will go first and also has the Cross-Set Designator in case there's an Lancia being activated from Valerio.
Yeah, outside of that, I mean, it's a combo deck. You don't really want to side much more, I feel like. You just take it, take your chances, go first, try to do the same as you did in game 1 and call it a day. The pressure is definitely gonna be on Valerio to find a way to fight back when going second against the Malice deck. Because suddenly those Lancea go from 7 to 3. And that's a huge decrease. So let's see whether that will be the case. Luckily, at least for them, the good news is that there is still quite a lot of time remaining. About 20 minutes left in the round, which should be plenty for them to find a way to finish it before time is called. And advance, most importantly, with a 5-0 score, which is what you really want to do to try and become the 2025 Italian Open champion. Do you see any of them having an advantage at the moment?
I mean, I feel like Valerio may have a little bit of advantage just because of his experience and playing a deck which Nicholas may not be familiar with, and I mean, at the same time, I mean, Nicholas may have an advantage going first.
Yeah.
So they may
It's close, I
make
guess.
the difference. Yeah, it's a very close one. But I mean, overall, I think that both of our duelists have the chances, and I mean, they're both showing us the consistency of the deck. And on the other hand, I also like that you know, Valerio is still holding on to the voiceless deck and making it even better and better. Format after format, and
Yeah, you always love to see these players who stick to their strategies and just try a way to innovate it month after month, if not year after year. But I think without further ado, as they are finalizing their chances, one of them is gonna have to submit to the other and give up on staying undefeated here in Rome. Our duelists are almost done with their side decks, so let's jump back into action for game 3.
one final shuffle from Valerio before being ready, and here Nicholas just having just a bit of thoughts going around, but we still have 17 minutes remaining on the clock, so plenty of time for our duelists.
Yeah, I mean, now it's mostly gonna be a mind game. Interestingly enough, Valerio is not playing Animal Charmies at all, not in the main deck, nor in the side deck, so this would be quite a big relief for Nicolas. But I think the main question at the start of the turn would be, do we have the Lancia? If not, we can really a sigh of relief. And that's it. They pick up these hands. One last game for both. I see some interesting, a lot of Sky Striker cards in the end from Nicolas. No Lancia yet. Do we have it? No, we don't have Lancia, but we do have an Impermanence. And there was a cross out though in the end from Nicolas.
Yeah. And is he activating it?
Doesn't look like it. Impermanence has already resolved. And I think we just set. Wow.
Ah, because he's not playing any.
Yeah, he's not playing any Impermanence. He cannot use it. But here comes a card from the side deck. Usually a target for Trust, but in this case, he does have it. Art drawn, the different dimension ground. Very annoying one. Essentially your shifter in the form of a trap card.
Are you surprised that it's not even side decking one Impermanence? Like, of course, it's playing the Impulse, but still. You know.
I mean, I guess he pretty much thinks that the card is not really that relevant to stop his combos. Might regret the decision later on, but I mean, I'm sure Valerio is not.
But at the end of the day, if you side in the cross-sack designator, is it just for Lancia? Like,
I guess. Yeah, now Valerio is gonna try his best to navigate these banishment effects. Luckily for him, Saphira can still be activated because it just says discard, it doesn't say send to the graveyard. And we do have pre-prep once again, one of the best spells of the deck by far. Let's see, it's gonna be close and
and here goes with the prayers of the Voiceless Voice, and here comes the Skull Guardian once again on the field. Still, at the end of the day, the different ground is, I mean, can hurt, of course, but still.
yeah, it stops a lot, but it doesn't stop every single thing that the deck can do. As you can see, you can still set up this Skull Guardian, which is gonna be quite annoying to at least slow down Nicolas significantly. And I think now we set up as well the barrier. And yeah, I guess, no, still 14 minutes remain, so I guess time is not yet a concern. But cutscene will be. Yeah, and there comes Blessing. So one of the one-offs in the deck from Valerio. And there comes Blessing. Getting back some of these resources, trying to play around this different dimension ground as he can.
Yeah. All good from this side, and I mean, very well executed from Valerio here entering battle phase, and the Dormouse is going to activate its effect, but the Skull Guardian will be activated on it. So, very well played here from Valerio, and the thing is that Nicholas is left with 2 crosstalk designators that do nothing.
Yeah, he doesn't really have much. And here comes the first crossout, which I think he's gonna use just to combo off possibly. And no, instead he decides to give up on this crossout of his own. And yeah, there comes the handshake. Unfortunately, as is revealing, has picked up all of the ways to stop his opponent from playing, but not much engine of his own. And Valerio is the one who prevails with his voiceless Ryzel deck. What a match, again, between decks that we didn't see yet. But this just proves to show you how tough the competition is between these 512 players gathering here in Rome to be crowned Italian Open 2025 champion. And yeah, what a match it was. Malice, unfortunately, although having the advantage and being the first deck to be ahead, you know, you gotta give credit to Valerio for keeping his nerves and then accomplishing the comeback.
No, but also the thing I'm still a bit concerned of is playing the crosstalk designator just for the Lancia, which of course makes a lot of sense. But at the same time, if this is what happens, then just pass. So it's, I mean, it hurts on one side, but on the other side, I think also credits to Valerio for being, you know, like losing game 1 and just saying, yeah, okay, I have my chances. So at the end of the day, it worked out pretty well. Still, I mean, on the other side, Nicholas 4-1 record, so 4 rounds remaining. So
quite
still,
impressive.
yeah, a lot to do. And I mean, I like that Valerio is still playing the voiceless voice deck and still trying to adapt the deck according to the format. And,
yeah, and I think as we've mentioned, that is always something nice to see. And especially for this event, not only did he adapt to the latest Forbidden Limited list, but also to cards that came out in the most recent set, including some of these Ryzel in the deck. But I think better than us, Valerio can explain, you know, the choices and the reasons why he built his deck like this. So what we're gonna ask you guys is, first of all, we are gonna thank you for being with us, but then we're gonna go on a short break and we'll bring Valerio, the winner of round 5, for an interview. So keep watching.
And welcome back to the coverage of the Italian Open 2024-2025. Sorry guys, I'm still lost here. And we are with Valerio. Congratulations, first of all.
Thank you.
And 5-0 record, so 4 rounds remaining. So how do you feel, first of all?
I think I can go. My deck is I don't know in English. We play alone. We make my thing. If my thing is good, I won. I
That's
lost.
basically what happened in game 2,
Yeah.
because we saw that in game 1, Nicolas played very well.
Yeah, pretty
He
well.
was playing Mali Sky Striker, and we saw a lot of Malis in the room today, and not much that you could do, honestly, from your side in game 1. I think he had a very solid hand, and you tried to come back, but I think it
Yeah,
was too much.
I lost from the flag spot, anchor and impulse, because my plan is try to draw with Nadir talent, take talent is terrors, and try to TK on his body,
Yeah.
because then I'm on the cybers.
Exactly, yeah. And also, I think in game 2 there was the bonfire, so we also got to see the Rise Yield package, no? You are playing. And what I wanted to mention is this is not the first time we have you on stream playing voiceless voice,
Yeah.
and you still adapt the deck
Yeah.
depending on the format, no? So how do you feel about the deck in this current one?
The deck is solid. It's a good deck against Red Zeal, because my flag spot is very strong. Nadir, Metal Tronus, 2 flag spot, I can win. Try to take 3 flag spot, I TK.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, so it's solid. Against Malice is a terrible matchup. If I want dice, for me matchup is free for all. If I start.
you rolled a 2, so
Yeah, it's not good. From Malice is very bad. If he make shifter, I can do just ice, a little play of voiceless. But game 3, I am lucky
yeah.
is brick.
No, what we were discussing in game 3 is it seemed he had a good hand,
Yeah.
but he's only playing basically the cross out for the Lancia, which
Yeah.
is basically what cost him in the game.
Yeah.
Because you had the impermanence, and we were like, okay, just going to activate the cross out, but he didn't have it.
Yeah.
So basically, at the end of the day, it paid off, especially because you put up on the field an impressive one, and with the last card in hand from him, it basically sealed the game.
Yeah.
So congratulations
Thank you.
once again, 5-0, and hopefully we will see you again on stream on the last round. So everything
Will.
goes alright, hopefully.
Hopefully.
And
Sorry for me English.
congrats, no, absolutely. And guys, thank you so much for watching, but don't go anywhere because we will be back soon with round 6 of the Italian Open. Keep watching.
Welcome back to the coverage of the Italian Open 2025 live from Rome. We have been witnessing a lot of different decks clashing against each other to come out on top and try to strive for victory and becoming the first champion of the year. But here we have yet again 2 more duelists who are currently undefeated. There are only a handful of players still left, and it's getting tougher and tougher to keep this undefeated record going. And this round, though, we are gonna have Alessandro against Mario facing off against each other. Slightly different deck list, but the same idea, and that is going back to December 9 when the latest Forbidden Limited list went into effect. Up until now, one of the main teams of the event has been following up Ryzel and Malice, coming up as the new decks, but we also need to talk a bit about the losers, we could say, of the list, as Tempai, a deck that made it all the way to the finals of the latest YCS rally, actually got severely hit as both Chundra and Kaimen were limited. Still, this didn't, discourage both of our duelists, as incredibly so here in round 6 we have a Tempai mirror match. But we got to admit that they, have to be a lot more creative with the way that the deck is piloted. And both have come up with some interesting ideas. From Kashtira cards to Fiendsmiths to Bestials, we are gonna see 2 very explosive decks playing a lot of different engines. And what do you think of it?
No, I mean, I really like it, and I think mixing up Kashtira, Bestials, Tempais all together, I think makes sense, and it's working out very well for our players. I'm wondering, though, the mirror match, honestly, how it's going to look like. So I'm very curious to see them in action. And although they play different lists, of course.
Absolutely. It could definitely be a mess. We have seen some grindy games. I still think this could be the case, especially if they don't see those Tempai cards. It's not necessary that, they can easily access them. But if they do, this could be a quick one. Without further ado, our duelists are ready. So let's jump into action here in round 6. And here they are. I'm also wondering whether... Do you actually go second with this deck? Because it seems like it's a going first deck, the way they have built it. But yeah, I think it's more of a going first deck that if it goes second, can still, perform some Tempai cards. But I would say that Tempai mostly represents... I don't know if we can even say a fourth of the deck. In terms of numbers, maybe a third, but yeah, let's see.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still thinking whether in general you opt to go second with the deck, because, chances are that if you see the Tempai cards, you can sell out the game. But still, here Alessandro is playing still some Kashtira cards. We have been seeing him piloting Kashtira over the last year as well, and I think sticking true tradition is the main theme of the day, as we saw also with Diego before in round 1 today. And here also start with the Engraver being discarded, and a very good hand from Alessandro overall. That is what we were mentioning before. If you don't really start with the Tempai cards, also the deck is accessing both Kashtira, Bestials, and Fiendsmiths, so a lot of good and different, strategies.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting deck with a lot of different engines. We do not see a Bestial, unfortunately, from Mario. And they are both playing the full Fiendsmith package with Paradise as well in it. So, it's It's an interesting approach for sure. I'm pretty sure I saw a Nibiru on Mario's hand.
I think he might even have the impermanence to back it up, which is the, you know, the best possible combo, if we can call it a combo. To pair up the good old rock.
And here with the Lacrimas and in the Finsmith in Paradise, something that we have seen a lot of times. And I'm not super sure, but I think he also holds a Bestial. Not quite sure what that is. But Mario, yeah, has both the Nibiru and a Bestial, which he decided not to activate before on the lorry. So still very patient with that. I think he's just waiting for the right moment. He's just allowing Alessandro to combo off without... Yeah, he has Impermanence, Nibiru, and Magnamut. Yeah.
Wow.
He has them all, but I'm really curious to see because he's being very patient. And
I guess it can make sense because, I mean, Nibiru and Impermanence are not really beaten by much. So you can wait when your opponent tries to enter the end phase to just go for it. And if you play some Tenpai cards, Magnamut alone represents game a lot of the time if it goes unchecked. And seems like Alessandro might try to enter end phase. And Mario is considering his options.
And here we will see the Nibiru, then the Caesar, then he has the Impermanence. So yeah. Who has the Magnamut? Okay.
Yeah, I think this is an interesting spot because he's trying to bait out this Caesar most likely.
Yeah, here comes the Nibiru, as mentioned, and yeah, and also has the Impermanence. Wow.
I mean, the order did not matter all that much, but yeah, this still ends up being quite annoying. And this is for sure one of those decks that usually can only play 15 different cards. And that is probably the biggest difference between them, because I believe Alessandro, let me check, is the one who is playing... yeah, he's playing the second copy of the Requiem. While, which you could see here can be a big difference between Mario believing that he's up against, you know, a regular deck playing maybe only the one-off. I'm gonna check a little bit, and it does resolve, so it's gonna banish the Lacrima, activate the effect of Magnamut, does resolve. Do we have a way to keep on going? There is the Birth, plus the Unicorn, which is alright. This is again one of the main differences. While Alessandro is playing a heavier Kashtira engine, Mario is only playing triple Fenrir as a solid monster and extender. And that's it. We enter end phase, and we could grab just straight out of the deck this Genroku if we want. Obviously, you know, facing off against Fenrir and Unicorn, this is not really ideal anymore. But yeah, I think that changes significantly the course of action. And yeah, indeed, we don't go for the Genroku anymore. And I'm not sure if they know each other's deck, because obviously Magnamut is played by a lot of different decks today. Indeed, Tenpai is revealed to be in the deck of Mario as well, making it this officially a very close mirror match. It's tough. It's definitely a...
A handful of monsters from Mario, it seems. He has another nip.
Yeah, he needs to be careful about the paradises in the graveyard as well. But I don't think there is... Oh no, okay, there is the Requiem still. So we normal summon. We must keep in mind the field spell. Exactly, I think they are counting the different attributes. Is it 5? I think it is 5, right? Yeah.
Be 5. Yeah.
That's a lot. I guess we can attack over Fenrir, for example. And then use the Chundra or Crush here. Yeah. Chundra is activated. It can get you the Hydra into the one remaining copy of Kaimen. But actually no, it decides to go and set the field spell. Probably trying to threaten now TK in this turn.
Curious to see now Mario how he decides to go forward with this.
Yeah.
Because still there's a set card for Alessandro, which may be an impermanence, of course.
I think the Nibiru hit Caesar plus Fenrir, right?
Yeah.
So it should be 4200 defense. I mean, obviously ignoring the boost. Right now we have 4 different ones. So we are just gonna declare an additional attack, it seems. And then gonna use the effect to make a level 7 synchro. Which is now gonna allow Mario to bring out the Bident, but also give a chance to Alessandro to use this Fenrir. And yeah, it does. So the Fenrir is activated to banish the Bident. And now we get the Chundra back. Which means, as we haven't used it, we can go into a level 10 synchro. And at the same time, Alessandro still has that Finsmith in Paradise in the graveyard. So this is not obvious. If we go Transcendent, yeah, I think you have to go Transcendent here. Yeah. So you can first attack over the Fenrir, which should be 27. So you push 300. But you cannot quite get rid of the token. Unless you just try to crush and then He used the effect to bring it back, but I think he entered main phase 2. Yeah. So now we are in main phase 2. Not quite enough to break this field, but at least he was able to get rid of the Kashtira monster, and this way the birth cannot disrupt this graveyard.
I think it's Alessandro took the 300 damage, right, from the attack. Not Mario, but here comes the Genroku, and Alessandro allows it. Still wondering what the set card from Alessandro may be, to be fair, but still allowing everything. You could go either way, honestly, this game one, because
Yeah, I mean, it's a very different Tempai from what we were used. Like Tempai, the way it was built before, with its consistency, was just try to OTK or that's it. Rely on a seal. Both of these decks are pretty much Finsmith decks that use Tempai as an additional push, either going first or second, and this is the way it is. So as you can see here, it's just Mario trying to set up, and then unfortunately once more today this Kashtira engine is proving to be so strong at having recursion value.
is that it? Here Alessandro is just thinking whether to activate the Finsmith in Paradise, and he does.
And now we go to Alessandro, who picks up a card. I mean, this is nothing new, and up until now Alessandro has not revealed any Tempai, so it looks as if he is playing the winning deck from YCS Bologna, playing both Kashtira and Finsmith and just having this recursion effect every single turn. And it's allowing him to just be this ahead. Also, that token is not really laughable, sitting at 5200 damage plus the boost from the field spell. So this could be a quick turn if he navigates it well.
And here I think it's just a matter of calculating how much damage Alessandro has on the field. If that's the case, let's just see. Because I think Mario has another copy of Nibiru in hand, so the only way I can see maybe Alessandro just making a misstep here is just summoning 5 monsters and Yeah, here as mentioned, I think he just needs to be careful about this because Mario has nothing else in hand. I think he's just holding an Nibiru plus something else which we are not aware of.
And yeah, here comes the power of birth, another of those key differences between their builds. I think, yeah, just Alessandro needs to respect maybe this Nibiru that is in the end from Mario. Because I think that's probably the only way that I can see him losing ever this duo. If he completely goes crazy. But I mean, he doesn't really need to do anything more than this. This is enough. Because you force out the Genroku. And then you can use the Fenrir. You got a token that is 50 200, so this is game. Yeah, I think he's just doing some quick math, making sure it's enough, and it's plenty of damage to seal this one out. So yeah, this is probably what Alessandro is triple checking. The effect is activated by Mario, searching out the one copy of Kaimen. Absolutely irrelevant at the moment since it's his opponent's turn. And I think, yeah, he has seen enough. Picks up his cards, and after a long fought game, it is Alessandro who takes it. And what a refreshing, I think, Tenpai match. Because we didn't really see any Tenpai cards from Alessandro, and that's quite hilarious. Also, because if Mario is not aware, he's not gonna prepare against it at all. And this is a bit of a concern, because although they are having, you know, some very close ideas, there are some very important differences. And once now Mario is gonna approach his side deck, I'm pretty sure he's gonna prepare for just Fiendsmith Kashtira.
I mean, this game one, honestly, I think proved us how consistent the deck is. I mean, we saw the engine of Tenpai being used from Mario. On the other hand, though, we didn't see any from Alessandro. I think something that we have said plenty of time during 2024, how good the Kashtira cards are. Like,
Absolutely.
they make so much difference, honestly, and Defender itself just, you know, does so much by itself, and here I'm really curious to see how Mario's going to deal and approach this game 2, especially after seeing what happened in game 1, because he may have understood what he's up against. And yeah, now honestly it may be also like, do I really want to go first once again, or really want to go second? So
Yeah, but I think as compared to the linear Tenpai deck, this is not an easy decision regardless, because it's not like you can expect this deck to set up a single seal. Like, as we could see, he didn't even play a single card that was Tenpai in game 1, and he won convincingly. So, I don't know. They are definitely in an interesting spot, but I would be shocked if he didn't go second. So, they are drawing their hands. Therefore, let's jump back into action for game 2. And yeah, we start things off right away from Mario, as expecting, going first and opening up his Fenrir. We did mention that he's not playing other Kashtira cards as opposed to his opponent, just 3 copies of Fenrir. Ooh, but that's... Is that really all he's got? Yes, only Sverrir and Shu face downs. This is not the opening he was looking for.
I think neither is Alessandro because he has Toash, Nib, Phantasmai. I think he declared battle phase just to bluff something. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's
I think he has
triple Ash.
triple Ash Blossom. That's
Yeah.
unbelievable.
Triple Ash, Phantasma, Nibiru, and Console. Yeah.
And he passes back. Wow. When we thought Mario just bricked. I mean, Alessandro showed us what a true brick is, opening triple Ash Blossom. That's unbelievable. And yeah, now those Tempai cards suddenly become a lot juicier for Mario, who gets a Lurry, which is honestly quite decent. Probably gonna force out the first Ash on this Requiem after the Phantasmai gets to resolve, which is extremely helpful here. And that's, I totally agree with this. You know your opponent bricked. Phantasmai allows them to unbrick, and therefore you just use this Solemn Strike.
Makes a lot of sense. Now it goes for the Requiem. Let's see if Alessandro is going to activate the Ash Blossom or not.
I think you have to.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. No, it's actually okay.
Oh, he had the Fuvalos as well.
Okay. I mean, then it makes sense not to go for it. You really need to unbreak as fast as possible, and even if your opponent is gonna give you this one draw alone, you take it. And yeah, I agree with this. We could just send the Paradise and yeah, just push some damage and not give your opponent any more draws. When you know, you smell some blood, you smell some weakness from Alessandro. Okay, goes for the Engraver. Do we have a Bestial picked up from his opponent? Not quite. So Engraver hits the field. Lot of damage heading towards Alessandro.
Yeah, I think here just enter battle phase, because you also have to be sure of Nibiru.
Yeah, you absolutely don't want to take unnecessary risks. And right now we are on summon number 4. Which on the one hand would be a very awkward ending field. But at least we get to push some damage first. And ask questions later.
Five cards in the end. I think he can consider whether to continue here. It's just, yeah. Was with the SP.
And pass. So maybe.
No,
So we get a no. This is the draw, yeah, from
yeah.
the Fuvalos. But this could just be a pass, I think. Yeah.
Triple Ash, Nib.
And I think we did pass, but I see more and more entraps, and luckily for Mario, I think Nibiru was picked up afterwards, yeah, because we are using an impermanence on the Fenrir. Do we finally have some engine? We do, and it's a great one for sure in the field. Bell summoning. And yeah, this is the usual Lacrima line where we set up the Paradise during our opponent's turn. And now he goes to activate the summoning. Still holding those unbelievable 3 copies of Ash Blossom in the end. Plus the Nibiru. Yeah.
Very unfortunate, honestly. Yeah, but here just trying to find his way to come back into this. It's gonna be hard, honestly, because you know, Mario has also an Effect Veiler and a Phantasma in hand.
Yeah, the Veiler doesn't really do anything because we have the summoning, but neither does the Phantasmi if we are just gonna synchro summon and play like a Tempai deck. And yeah, one of the Ash Blossom can definitely go.
It depends if the last set card is Solemn Strike, for example, but
I guess we special summon the Roku. Yeah, I would guess so. That has to be the case. And yeah, good catch by Mario in ignoring this Genroku and aiming straight for the summoning. Ooh, we did have the Chundra, so... And probably we attempted to enter battle phase and we are met by an Effect Veiler, which, yeah, really sucks if you're Alessandro. Now he's gonna have to think whether to respond in a meaningful way. And it's tough when you're facing off, obviously, against SP and Ferrier. Blackross, just for when in doubt. But now, let's see. Alessandro picks up his cards.
because he has 3 card remaining and it's 3 Ash, right?
No,
it's
he
2 Ash.
discarded his 2 Ash, 1 Nibiru. Is it only 3?
I think it's 3.
Thought it was 4, okay. And yeah, this Biden doesn't do much at all. He can just attack, I guess. But he goes to activate the effect on the Shundra. I mean, do you really care? Because you can go and probably use both SP plus Ferrier. Like you use SP now and then in a new chain you use Ferrier to get rid of the Chundra. Okay, or this works as well. Yeah, and I think although he put up a good fight, this might be it for Alessandro in this game. Yeah, passes back. Probably gonna keep on praying that his opponent completely overextends and gets, you know, met by this Nibiru, but I don't really see it. At the same time, damage and time is an issue because there are about 12 minutes remaining, and if, as it looks, Mario is gonna be the winner, then Alessandro goes first, but I don't think he has any way to deal damage. So this could even end in a draw, or we could see him go second. And yeah, that is why I think he understands his position, picks up his cards, and call it a day.
Yeah, I mean, nothing that Alessandro could have done here, and especially after seeing 3 Ash Blossom, the Nib, I mean, not a very good start from him, but yeah, I mean, good show off from Mario. And here we go into game 3, so I'm very curious to see how this will end. I mean, at the end of the day, our players' deck lists are very similar, and they're both playing Solemn Strikes, they're playing Talents. Alessandro's list, on one hand, is playing the Set Rotation, for example, and the Cold by the Grave, which is something that Mario is not playing. So there is still some card difference between our two duelists. And maybe this is something that will make, you know, the difference for this match.
Yeah, just the question is, with what will be close to 10 minutes remaining, can really Alessandro go first, or is he gonna just try and push some damage? Because I don't know if he has enough time to go first, combo, then kind of like stay alive during his opponent's turn, and then get enough time to push. You know, it's a big risk, and yeah, I think he's gonna have to take a very tough decision right here. Regardless, though, I think they have finalized their decks, so they are soon shuffling up for what is the game to crown who will be the winner of round 6, moving on undefeated. So let's jump into action for game 3.
And here they are.
Yeah, just a few more moments as this big decision is gonna have to be made by Alessandro. I think we will see some very fast plays. None of them really want to take the draw at the moment.
But Alessandro let Mario go first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it. Again, the risk is too high that you are really gonna be able to make it. And Mario this time around open up some of these Tempai cards. Hopefully it's not just gonna be a seal, because the deck has so much more to it than the old Tempai deck lists. And we see a Veiler, okay.
Oh, and here we see the
So,
regain.
Regain plus Bestial.
Wow.
Yeah, oh, and then it's Magnamut
Wow.
once again from Mario. So he's gonna get a draw from the Regained, and then he's gonna get a Search in the end phase. So this is not quite what Alessandro was hoping for.
What a start from Mario, honestly. 2 1-0s in his hand, and the triple tactics talent as
Oof.
well.
Let's take a look. It's a solid end, but nothing too spectacular. And
Yeah, you get rid of the fill spell.
so it's Shundra Engraver Tract, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, not exactly the best end. Especially when you're gonna be able to search another Bestial of your own. Yeah, this is looking like it could be Mario's game. And yeah, I think he just enters the end phase and go search his deck for Phantasmai. Not quite a bestial. Interesting. Maybe already holding one. Crucial draw from Alessandro. Can he find a way to push some damage?
Very good hand from Mario because he has the Phantasmai plus a Bestial plus Vader, so...
Yeah. He does have all that he needs to just stop his opponent in his track. Or in his track. Yeah, I mean, Alessandro rightfully spots that he needs to use the tract before committing to the field, so that Bestials cannot be activated. But you can still use the Regained to access the Magnamut for next turn, which is so good.
This is the best start by far you can ask for, honestly, with the Regain plus the Magnamut. You keep basically recycling back and activating its effect and get another one from your deck. This is honestly insane.
Here we're gonna see the Phantasmai come down from Mario. Yeah. As expected. Alessandro asking if chaining will allow the card to resolve, and yes, it does resolve regardless. What's gonna change is just the number of cards drawn, which is essentially gonna be just a Phantasmai drawing one and shuffling nothing, which you take. Solid +1. And yeah, 5 minutes remain, and it's gonna be kinda close. We know Engraver and Chundra are in the end from Alessandro. And then there is one unknown card picked up this turn. Engraver is activated, and here comes the unknown Bestial, which is so strong. Do we have a response? We picked up a bell for turn. Great pickup by Alessandro.
Oh. I mean...
Yeah, that's big.
Yeah, this is huge, honestly. This is what he was looking for.
Yeah, which, I don't know. I was wondering whether this Phantasmai was that great, because in a way I would have preferred to just, you know, go and search the other Bestial, because then you have Boldrake plus Druid Swarm, which is also a solid combo, and I think I would have liked that a lot more from Mario, but it is what it is. He's still in a very comfortable position, and as you can see, he can still bring out the Boldrake with the seal. Yeah, and now there is not much left, because we can use the Engraver from hand, but we have already used the Graveyard effect. Yeah, this doesn't do much. The rest is known, because there is another Engraver, another Tract. That's pretty much it. So yeah. I think Mario's got it. Because outside of time issues, there is no real way for Alessandro with Engraver, Tract, and Chundra in his hands, all of which he cannot use to just do anything. As you can see, the only legal move kind of like left for Alessandro was this Requiem.
Yeah, Alessandro here is just thinking if he has any way to extend this, but it's looking promising for Mario, because with almost 2 minutes remaining on the round, here Alessandro is just trying to survive and stay into this, but
Yeah, and as you can see, the last possible play was this Chundra. It is veiled. That's about it. Yeah, we can Typhon, but... And yeah, that's it, I think. No more plays. So with very few seconds left, Mario gets to search his deck for a card. Gets to the Fenrir, only has to enter battle phase, potentially. And yeah, does go find an engraver. But yeah, that's about it. So it doesn't really stop Mario from entering battle phase. So he can keep on pushing. And here comes that Druid Swarm. And here is Deep Fist Bump in what was a very close match. It is Mario who wins it all. What a showdown between these two interesting decks. And yeah, it was indeed quite different from the Tenpai mirror matches that we saw with the previous Forbidden and Limited list. Seems like both of these duelists had, I want to say, a great idea. Just working out on this concept of Fiendsmith plus Kashtira, but finding yet another way to make the deck possibly better, especially at going second, I want to say, with this inclusion of a Tenpai engine. And both were undefeated, unfortunately clashing against each other. Only one could come out on top. Congratulations to Mario.
no, I mean, I really like the way they approached this deck and combining different strategies. And I mean, Kashtira's everywhere. I mean, we have seen this handfuls of times. And in general, I really feel like playing Bestials and Tenpais is, works out pretty well. And there are a lot of different synergies between also the, amount of like 15 plus hand traps they're playing and also in the side deck.
Yeah.
And deck is solid, honestly, and it's super scary.
Yep. I definitely liked it. It was one of those that impressed me the most today. And 6-0 score from Mario. So looking pretty good with only 3 rounds remaining to have a chance at the title. So obviously we are gonna wish best of luck to both. Alessandro still 5-1 record, nothing to laugh at. We'll have to win out from here on to even have a chance at making it, and it might not even be enough because the competition is fierce and our duelists are gonna try their best. But without further ado, for this round we're gonna have to skip on the interview as it drag on obviously into time. But thank you guys for being with us. Keep watching and we'll be back soon with round 7. And we are back live in Rome with the coverage of the Italian Open 2025. We are excited to show you guys the last 3 remaining matches to crown who will be the champion. And to do so, most likely our duelist will need to go undefeated at least up until the last round. But still, it matters a lot to make it to that final top 8 to guarantee, some of the nice pricing. And ever since we started, we have shown you guys, some of the different decks that have participated in this amazing event, just like we did in the previous round. And this time again, we are gonna be able to do the same, because I think there is still at least a missing deck that we couldn't show you, which I feel like in the previous months has maybe didn't have the opportunity to shine as much, but I think there was a lot of talks about it being a top contender, and we did see some glimpse of it at YCS Bologna, and that is Memento. So I think it's a very solid combo deck. It does also interesting plays going second, and it's a deck that can be up there. What do you think?
No, I mean, I really like the deck, and I think the peculiarity of what we also discussed at YCS Bologna is when you're up against such a deck and you may not be super familiar with it, it's difficult to activate your interruptions.
Yeah.
So I think this is what gives you the advantage in such matches. And I think it's one of those decks you have to respect, especially because you have a lot of different plays. And we have seen at YCS Bologna it in action during our Swiss rounds.
Yeah.
And if you're not familiar with the cards, honestly, you're in trouble, especially because he has big monsters as well and fusions. So, I mean, I'm a fan of the deck overall, and I think it's performing well in this tournament.
Yeah. And the way that our duelist for this round has chosen to play it is with a lot of going second, field-breaking spells, and that is Luigi, which is actually maining so many. Because at the beginning I was noticing mostly the Droplet and the Eclipse, but surprisingly enough, is the first duelist that we see maining 3 copies of Ultimate Slayer.
Yeah, I mean, we are a fan of the card, we have to say. We always love to see the card in action, and sometimes it has been sided in, and he has been playing 3 in the main deck, and no trap cards at all.
Yeah, I mean, there has been a lot of talk about the card being extremely good against Ryziel, and especially when looking at the OCG, a lot of players took inspiration by. But I think there is a crucial difference that they didn't really get to experience Ryziel with the full Fiendsmith package as we are doing. And I think that has shown to be a crucial difference, as this version of the deck was not really that popular overall in Japan, and it has took by storm our meta. And against that version of the deck, Slayer it's a little bit more shaky, but still obviously quite powerful card when going second. On the other end, he has a lot more other spells, essentially, with the Triple Tactics talent as well in the main deck to try and help, and only playing a single Entrap, which is Fuvalos.
I mean, I think it makes sense because the aim of the deck is to combo off, so you really want to see your engine as fast as possible. And I mean, I really feel like the deck has a lot of advantage against the meta decks. I think it's very powerful, very consistent, and can afford to play a lot of, hand traps in the side deck, which it does. Yeah. And also, I'm really curious to see hit in action against, Ryziel or Malice, how it really performs. Especially because we have seen with players piloting it at the perfection, and I really feel like in general this is one of those decks which really needs to be considered, especially for YCS Birmingham.
Yeah. It is one of those decks that, again, has not been too popular at events, but has been considered by many of the top players that we have also interviewed. Although in the end the Fiendsmith Kashtira deck was the popular choice, this was a close second, and it still saw some success. I think Vlad probably played it, and some other duelists did
managed to top with the deck. It was quite successful, making it, I think, all the way to the top 8 actually of YCS Bologna. So it is still, you know, a solid performance. And as you've mentioned, when you look into YCS Birmingham, you have to consider, when expecting, you know, roughly 2,000 players, not just the 2-3 best decks, but to make it to the top 64, you're gonna have to be facing off against a lot of different decks. And yeah, I guess this is one of the decks that you can really have to practice tough against to beat it. But on the other end, do you think out of the most popular decks being Ryzial and Malice, how are those matchups for this deck?
I mean, I think you can play very well against hand traps, but just because, again, I think most of the duelists are not super familiar with the deck. So I really feel like, of course, in general, full loss may be an issue, but I mean, at the end of the day, I think there's still consistency, but also you have the advantage of playing a deck with which players are not super familiar with. And in general, like looking at the top tables today, if I really have to pick a deck which I really liked a lot for consistency, is the deck we witnessed in the round 6.
Okay.
So I really feel like that combining Bestials, Kashtira, and Kempai as well, I think creates a very unique synergy. Especially because, like, we've mentioned that how good the Kashtira cards are. Like in 2024, I think we've witnessed Kashtira being everywhere, like side deck, main deck, and whatever. And funnily enough, I think this is Memento is the only deck that can afford not to play Kashtira cards in between the main deck and side deck. So, I mean, I'm really curious to see our duelists in actions, which are now ready. So, without no further ado, let's jump into game 1. And here they are.
And facing off against it is going to be Sky Striker Malice, a deck that, again, we have been talking a little bit about. We saw it in action, but unfortunately it didn't really deliver, as it has lost its only top cut, or rather, sorry, future match that we have had today. So let's see if it can redeem itself. And it's going to be Memento going first, which is a big deal.
And here starts things off with the mace. And I'm really curious to see whether Alex is familiar with the deck.
Yeah.
And it looks as if, you know, he may be, actually, just because he's just allowing his opponent to activate everything. And here comes the first one, which is the twin.
Yeah, the Twin Dragon coming down. This allows to search for 2 additional mementos. And we do have some Bestials, which, as you can see, can be somewhat annoying for the memento deck, if you know where to activate them.
And here comes the Druid's form, but Luigi not impressed with the Druid's form being summoned, as he continues here with activating the twin. And searches 2 pieces, one of which is the card our colleague Tommaso loved to pronounce. It was yes, Bologna.
Yeah.
The creation. And here, let's see how Luigi wants to extend this even further. He has the Tatsunoto Shigo.
Okay, fair enough.
And basically can destroy one memento and send any number of monsters from the deck to the graveyard. So he sent the Goblin, Gibellino, and here it doesn't seem as if there's any other interruption from Alex. And here, yeah, Luigi is just taking his time to send another piece to the graveyard, which is the Aiki Hyron. And here comes the first Memento Clan Fusion, which basically allows him to fusion summon from his extra deck using monsters from hand or field as material. But the good thing about this is he can also use monster from his graveyard, and here comes...
Yeah, the first of many to come. Creation King, the boss of the deck. Which allows to destroy up to 3 cards your opponent controls, and also sends, you know, a lot of resources to be recovered.
And here it is, Alex just having a look at them, because
yeah,
a lot of different effects.
Essentially, by banishing it, you can get 1 copy of Field Spell, Memento Plan. And yeah, this, again, it's a one-off, as you can easily search it with the king. And yeah, for now he's just free to do whatever he wants and continues. The deck list instead from Alex seems to be quite similar to what we have seen before, but I mean, I think they are both on a lot of, if we can call it so, power spells, or just going second spells. Interestingly enough, yeah, Alex is playing Forbidden Chalice in a free of, which we have seen also from the Ryziel deck.
Here, Alex is just having a look at all Luigi's effects, just to make sure he doesn't miss out on anything.
Yeah, when we have mentioned Memento being a very intricate combo deck going first, this is what we meant. He has been able to just go at it for a long time, a lot of different plays, and yeah, you can see the face of his opponent just kind of being like, okay, let me know when you're done.
Yeah, he discarded the droplet and here what a combo from Luigi, but we mentioned this before. Honestly, if you don't have any interruptions apart from the Druid's form, it's very tough to come back into this one.
Yeah, and here comes another card that we haven't seen in a while, which is this Nightmare Griffin, which by itself can be extremely annoying, as it pretty much prevents, monsters from activating their effects unless they are linked. Yeah, just a quick read and gonna keep on going.
Here makes the bear format, which we saw before in the Chimera matchup as well.
Pretty much getting rid of his own field multiple times across this turn 1 combo.
Nice.
And yeah, you can see Alec asking for some clarifications. And seems like we might finally be over with this 10-minute turn 1. Of them finally having been assembled the combined creation.
Yeah, very good opening from Luigi, and here pressure is on Alex, which let's see if he can find his way and start things off with the silent mining.
Discard the Book of Eclipse. Yeah, and I think we just use the effect to bring back the Creation King.
Okay.
Here comes, yeah, one of those power spells with the talent. Not sure which effect has been declared.
It really depends if Alex here really needs something out of his deck or wants to take control of one of Luigi's monster. Let's just see if that is gonna be the case.
Yeah, thinking quite hard about this one. Seems like the Creation King has been chained.
Yeah, and he takes control of it. Here, more effects being activated from Luigi, and I mean, we mentioned this. The more Memento gets into the game, the more difficult it is to stop it. And let's see if Alex can get his hand on the Malice combo somehow, but Luigi is not allowing him to do so. And there's the Forbidden Chalice being activated that we were talking about before. A card that some players is main decking this weekend. And here it changes the Bone Party to the Chalice, preventing the negation from the Forbidden Chalice. And here you can either add the monster to the hand or special summon it. So it looks as if it's adding it to the hand and gets rid of the Chessie Cat. Brings back the Akihiron, and here, yeah, he's just having a look at it, but it's very difficult to stop it. But let's see if Alex can find his way. I think he's gonna enter battle phase.
Yeah, trying to clarify the last few effects. Obviously want to make sure you not missing anything. Reading these last ones out using the Sleepy. Yeah, this is so much recursion, able to get even more mementos thanks to the Twin Dragon destroying Chu.
I don't really think no, here with the droplet, I mean, it's Alex is left, yeah, just with the Typhon.
Yeah,
that was the only solution available for him.
and I mean, although Typhon is a very solid card, there is a bit of a saying ongoing in the community that once you summon Typhon, you lose. And we'll see whether that will be the case for Alex in this game as well.
And I think he just declared end phase, and yeah.
Yeah, and plays back, and yeah, this is definitely looking like Luigi is really ahead. And yeah, as you can see here, now we get so much advantage back. I mean, Memento, again, is not among the most popular decks, but when you see it in action, it always delivers and is always a bit scary.
Oh, okay, there's also the Book of Eclipse, just, you know, preventing anything from happening, and here Luigi will start over. I think it's a deck that requires a lot of practice, and you know, you cannot really afford to make any mistake. And yeah, I think Alex has seen enough here, and game 1 goes to Luigi after an impressive show-off.
Yeah, tried his best, fought for what are close to 18 minutes, but in the end had to give up. And at least now will be able to go first and try to combo with his Sky Striker Malice deck, which is still something we have not seen too much as of today.
I mean, we mentioned this. I think it's not easy to play against Memento, but also it has so many different options that I mean, not only during his turn, but during your opponent's turn, you can do so much, and sometimes it can just get out of control, you know, especially with the Bone Party itself. It's you make so much advantage, and here the pressure, of course, is on Alex, and let's see if this time he will be able, by going first, to set up Malice Field. And on the other side, though, I think Luigi is well prepared against this kind of matchup, especially because he's playing the Lancia. And I think as well, we've mentioned this before, I think he has the advantage of playing the deck which may be less recognized, let's say, in terms of popularity, but still super consistent. And looking at side deck, Alex's side deck, honestly, he may not be super prepared against the deck, although he has some options, as we saw in game 1, like Book of Eclipse, Forbidden Chalice. So let's just find out if it will be the case. And here we are seeing our duelist shuffling up for game 2. So without no further ado, I would say let's just jump into game 2.
Here they are. So let's see. Again, Alex now in the driving seat. It's not gonna be expecting a lot of end chops, but obviously still, we have mentioned it plenty of times. Lancia is the #1 enemy of this deck, and he has tried to prepare for it. Is it gonna be? It is, I think, in the end of Luigi, if I'm not mistaken. And yes, we do see the artifact Lancia come down. Wow. If we don't see a answer, I think it is going to resolve, and we are gonna have to rely on this Sky Striker package to carry us out of the problems.
Yeah, not much that you can do with the Lancia if you don't have the Crosser Designator or the Cold Body Grave, and we've mentioned this, that's what the deck suffered the most. And here Alex will really need to find his way to, you know, put up something on the field at least. You know, here comes the engage, which will grab most likely Guido Encore. Here it is. Here is gonna link someone with the Jessica. Let's see what is the line he wants to go for. Yeah, makes sense to go with the SP, set 2 and pass.
Yep, gonna try his best under this Lancia. Not an easy task.
And Luigi has the prosperity as well to try and push, but does start things off instead with this Anguish, negated by the Chalice.
Is he allowing this? I think he's thinking about it because once again he has the Bone Party.
Wow. Such a strong response, which means that even if we do chain this SP, we still get to at least resolve the Witch.
And here Luigi is now having a think, especially because now Alex is left with 2 cards in hand, and the set card may be, of course, an Infinite Impermanence or another Forbidden Chalice just to help him out. But there comes the Pot of Prosperity. Very good one to help Luigi out here and reveal some cards out of his deck. And
Yeah.
let's see what he really needs to find out of the top.
Was debating about how many to banish, but he's going for 6, trying to go for full consistency. Well, I mean, worst case scenario, we can just go for another Lancia, but seems like he's gravitating towards the Tatsuno, Toshiko. Can't quite make up his mind, and yes, goes for the Tatsuno.
Yeah, I think he was missing one piece, and here it is.
Yes.
And here comes the Widow Anchor, which, of course, we knew that he had it with the Engage.
Yeah.
So maybe Luigi also added the Tatsuno Toshiko to force the Anchor. And I will be surprised, honestly, if he did not remember about this. Oh, did he have three spells? Yes. Set, Swan, and
Yeah,
pass back.
passes. So, seems like at the very end, this was enough to stop Luigi in his tracks, and Alex is gonna get at least another turn, which really is gonna be interesting to me whether that Lancia from the Prosperity was worth picking up, or if Luigi has a backup plan. Because he knew about the Widow Anchor.
Yeah.
And this face down is... okay. Memento Land Fusion. The SP is still annoying. But yeah, seems like we are gonna go for a King once more. And this is gonna allow him to completely fill up his graveyard with Memento cards, as you can see here.
think he activated the Sleepy.
Yeah, the Sleepy. And seems like he's gonna be trying to use the Creation King to completely wipe out the field. Obviously, this SP can be used.
Yeah, and it's activating the SP.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Banishes his own Malice. Okay, finally that resolves, so the Malice is gonna be brought back due to being banished by SP. And finally, it seems like Alex is gonna get a chance to play the game for the first time in this round.
Yeah, he banished the rabbit, which comes back, and it's gonna grab. So considering his options here, because we have almost 14 minutes remaining. I think he got the TB11.
The big 11.
And I think Luigi is left with 2 cards in hand, and I'm not sure if he has any interruptions in his hand, like a hand trap. But of course, time is something that we have to keep in mind at this point, especially because now we may enter soon into a game 3.
Could be the case for sure now. I mean, it seems like Luigi really had the upper end up until this turn, but maybe finally Alex has an opening. And yeah, here comes the talent as well. Taking a look at these last 2 cards, being Ash as the relevant one, and the Sleepy, which you knew about. But yeah, I mean... And yeah, it does as expected. And yeah, this means, I mean, he has full knowledge about every single card that Luigi has. every resource in end, field, or graveyard, and this makes its life so much easier to take a decision on what to do. We see the Splash Mage again, Cyber Score coming in handy, allowing him to push forward. But yeah, as you mentioned, time is a bit of an issue. We need to keep in mind the 12 minutes remain, and if this game really is going to go as it looks now, Alex's way, then Luigi again needs to take into consideration when and if he wants to pick up his cards, and then guarantee to have the decision about what to do in game 3.
Because at this point, chances are that he may not be able to fight back, and although like this one was kind of a more slow game, I think still Alex managed to find an option with that engage in turn 1 to play against the Lancia, which was activated from Luigi, and still I think it's paying off. But yeah, it's 10 minutes remaining plus side deck. It's not much time, and given of course that you need to pay life points to activate your Malice effect monsters, time may be a risk. But yeah, here Alex is still continuing, and I think it's looking quite good for him. Especially because he may be able to pass on the red ransom if he feels like he just set on the 06. And yeah, indeed.
As expected, yeah. Luigi picks up his cards, recognizes that he is not winning this game, and might as well try to win the next. With 10 minutes remaining, the score is tied, so we will see a game 3. And this time it will be Luigi going first, trying to replicate his successful game 1.
I think it made sense. We were mentioning this if you were Luigi, just to consider and picking up his cards if he felt like he hadn't had enough time to come back into this, and that was the case. And here once again, though, he will have the advantage of going first. And as we saw in game 1, Memento is very difficult to stop, and Alex only had one Druid's Worm in his hand, which was of course not enough. And here once again Luigi will try his best to put up on the field as much as possible. And yeah, of course, like, the pressure is on Alex, which really hope to draw into some of his hand traps and interruptions.
Yeah. But at the same time, yeah, Alex is playing Sky Striker cards, which means he is cut a lot of those hand traps, and instead is relying on these spells, and that's not necessarily too ideal against Memento. So we'll have to see whether that comes to haunt him, especially as you mentioned that Malice needs to pay extreme caution when playing close to time, because a lot of the effects pay, and it can be quite tricky to maneuver through such a tough spot. But it seems like Luigi has presented his deck. Only one of these duelists can advance with a score worth of making it to the top of this event, at least from what concerns the Swiss rounds that will be played. And without further ado, our duelists are ready, so let's find out who will be the winner of Game 3.
There they are. I see a lot of end shops, but do we have any engine? Because I think, double Nibiru and Lancia from Luigi.
And a talent.
Wow.
So that's
Could
only
be
about
a-
the 5th card already passed.
And it is a full brick from Luigi. Wow.
Gonna drop the Lancia. But this is brutal. Definitely not what he was hoping for. Here comes the silent mining, discarding the Fugalos, and I don't think there's any other thing, because he has double Nibiru, right? So, yeah. Quite unfortunate for Luigi, but it's looking promising for Alex, because with 6 minutes remaining on the clock, and let's see if he can find his way to put some pressure on his opponent and deal some damage. I'm really curious to see what the line could be. I think he gets a rabbit. And he's going to set. Let's see what he decides to go for. Ooh, and there's a thrust as well, which is very good, because here if he really feels like he can go with the talent and also have a look at his opponent's hand.
I mean, I'm expecting Lancia to have been used on the draw phase most likely, so
Maybe.
we'll see whether that will be the case. But he does have some interesting help in the side deck. So
Impermanence, it's
yeah,
fine, I guess.
not the greatest to be fair, but I mean, better than nothing. And yeah, it will just pass the turn back after pushing some damage, and that is important though, because he's now ahead with 5 minutes remaining. And can we find any card to play with? I think we did,
I think he drew
because
into
he has talent. The fusion, no, I think he drew finally the monster. I'm not sure what was it, but I think he was about to normal, so. Because it's still double Nibiru fusion talent and one mysterious card that can save him.
Okay, he draws with. He goes with the Sleepy.
Did he attack?
Yeah, it was Sleepy, attacked.
Yeah. He just crashed and is going to activate the effect. You can basically send one Memento card from the deck to the graveyard. Yeah. And he...
Wow, we see the... Yeah, the cheeky...
Yeah, but he can't because I think we are in damage step, right? So... Well,
Yeah, I'm not sure
Not
what
sure.
was happening. No idea.
anyway,
Was it trying to
Luigi
chalice,
yeah, is down of 1200. Yes. And play here is back to Alex, which here is not under Lancia anymore, but let's keep in mind that Luigi has a Nibiru in hand, so maybe a 5th summon will happen. Also comes the engage, very good one. The Hornet drone, and you can see that also Alex is speeding things up just because, of course, of the time and the clock.
And to be fair, he's already ahead, so this is looking really good for him. You gotta feel bad for Luigi after grinding
through 40 plus minutes of really hard-fought Yu-Gi-Oh! He then completely breaks, and yeah, look at this. Yet another engage, as we knew. Adding Widow Anchor and just making it so much tougher for Luigi.
And here with the laser banishing the rabbit, which comes back and is going to set another one. It's going to be... The more time passes, the more difficult it gets for Luigi to come back into this, especially because there's basically 1 minute remaining. Here comes also the red ransom. Who gets the field spell? Well, Alex is in complete control of the game, as we can see, and unfortunately for Luigi, there was not much that he could do. It's just witnessing his opponent, you know, combo off, and yeah, here the TB11 gets activated on the red ransom, then he can also bring it back thanks to his effect.
Playing with fire here with only 30 seconds remaining, though. I think he is now on the same life point count, which can be quite threatening, because if he's not able to push any damage, this is a draw, and that is an insane result if it would happen. Yeah, that would be absolutely crazy. No way. Okay, he takes advantage. Hopefully this is the battle phase already. And it is. Yeah. Okay. Quite insane ending, because it seems as if Alex suddenly gave up on his life points, even in the score, and risking a draw. But in the end, he is the winner of the match. What a showdown again and again in these last few rounds. It seems as if our duelists really don't want to give up, and they want to try their best to advance in this event, often ending up in the full 45 minutes being over. And yeah, this time around, Malice pretty much gave the previous future match, the opposite result. In this case, it dropped game 1 to the Memento deck, but was able to manage a sweep after actually being in quite a detrimental position in game 2, because the Lancia essentially ended the turn from Alex.
Yeah, I mean, the engage was there to help him out a bit, and he managed to stay in the game and then seal it a couple of turns after, and I think in the end he paid out, and especially because in game 3 Luigi bricked. So
yeah, it's always heartbreaking to see, the ending of such a great fight, and it can be anticlimactic, but it's part of the game. Sometimes it happens. You need to take it into account when building and when playing. And yeah, I mean, we're gonna wish best of luck to both, but it's going to be Alex advancing with a 6-1 record. Quite in a good spot to make it to the top finishes. But just as a reminder, we have 2 more rounds remaining to crown who will be the 2025 Italian Open champion. Live in Rome, so don't go anywhere, because we'll be back soon with round 8.
And we are back from Rome at the Italian Open 2025, down to the 2 remaining matches. And now it's really down to less than a handful of players to crown who will be the champion. You need to pretty much go undefeated all the way through the 9 rounds. And between these amazing duelists and decks that have made it all the way through, we have at least a super familiar face in which Giovanni Barone, a competitor at the last World Championship, who is trying to redeem himself and win this title with this Ryzel deck. But facing off against him is another player with the same deck, that is Danilo Siracusa. We're gonna be having these mirror matches between literally, I think, one of the last 2 tables where both players are undefeated at the moment. So it's gonna be a clash of the titans, both 7-0, and who is going to advance will have a chance of becoming the champion by winning the last round. I think we don't want to keep you guys waiting. Without further ado, let's jump into game 1. A 7 from Giovanni, and it's good enough to start things off here. We did mention at the start of the day, although it didn't deliver on stream yet, that this deck was considered by many to be the best, and it is at the top tables for a reason. We start things off with Ice. And it seems like Danilo is considering his responses.
The response, here comes the X, something that we have already seen today. And looking at both players' deck lists, there are some differences. And something that Danilo is not playing is the field spell, which we have already discussed about this today, and there are some players which decided not to play it. Well, on the other hand, of course, John is playing it. And here goes with the Finsmith lineup, summoning L'Estinto.
And this is pretty much the usual opening when you're playing the Finsmith cards in the deck. This is the XYZ that allows you to breach these 2 engines together. And yeah, this is where the bestials are extremely good. And we do see a bestial.
How many is he playing, Danilo?
Only no, I think
Magna and
Giovanni.
Yeah, Giovanni is playing. Yes,
He's playing only the one. That's the big difference between their decks. Giovanni is only on 1 Requiem, so Requiem is gone. That's big. Yeah, he's playing. A lot of bestials, which is also the main difference, because yeah, Danilo is. I think playing the full package, which we have seen previously with the Lubellians as well. And I think in a mirror match, you have the edge if you're playing this deck list.
Yeah, I think the bestials are the main issues in the mirror match. This is what we said also before, and I think they make the difference, honestly, especially in resolving your pieces. And yeah, looking at the amounts our players are main decking, of course Danilo has the advantage. And here let's see how Giovanni finds his way to deal with this. And okay, he has the sword
to continue.
Yeah, now that he's pretty much done using his Finsmith cars, he's gonna transition over to the Ryziels. And here comes the duo, which is negated by the Veiler. I've been waiting quite patiently to use it. And this is usually where you will use it. And here comes yet another difference between their decks, because Danilo is not using the node, while Giovanni is running the one copy. And this way he has been able to set up this detonator. That's one pass, and play is to Danilo, who did a really good job to stop Giovanni in his track thanks to this Druid Sword plus Veiler. And now opens up with Engraver.
I'm really curious to see whether at the end of the day our duelist will rely of playing two of the Requiem in their extra deck or one, because as we just witnessed, now Giovanni is out of them by playing only one.
Yeah, that's a huge deal, because usually, even here, the Lacrima can be used to access the Fiend in Paradise, but if you're out of Requiem, that's not an option anymore. And that's a huge difference. Which is why Danilo is playing 2 Requiems, just to be safe against even cards like Unicorn, which have been quite popular. Here we see a nice interaction, which thanks to the Desire being used as a material, is kind of turning this detonator into multiple pops. And I think the Priodo is on Danilo to declare this Lacrima, and yeah, then we are gonna chain the Desire if we want. Yeah. But definitely a good catch by Giovanni, who goes to destroy the Lacrima and still preserve the detonator materials.
There's a talent.
But there is a big talent which is used to draw. Okay.
So maybe he was missing pieces in his hand to continue, and he's hoping to draw into something, but yeah, you can tell that Danilo is not happy with it, and I think he's... Did he pass? No.
Okay, tries to bait Giovanni. Interesting line.
And here comes the Druid Sword being activated on Nagmuri here, and all these bestials may make the difference in this matchup.
Very tense moment. Danilo really was hoping to find some of these Ryziel cars and will at least be able to deal with the detonator, crushing it. And again, you know, these bestials really showing why they are so versatile. And I believe now in main phase 2 we are gonna use this Magnamut, debating what to get rid of. Maybe another one off in the... Yeah, you can see him debating whether to get rid of this Desiree Forever. And he does. Okay, Impermanence is at least gonna stop the Lubellion from searching out. Do we have any Ryziels? Probably not. I think we just enter end phase and we are searching for Magnamut. So a sigh of relief from Giovanni, who at least doesn't have to deal with yet another push. But these bestials are really getting into him.
And here comes the ice. Let's see if Danilo has a response to this, but it doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's interested in interacting at all. But he does have a few lines, so... Because as opposed to his opponent, he has the Lacrima setup for the Paradise. But instead decides to go for the Baldrake, getting rid of a detonator and setting up a interruption, allowing him to negate it if he wants. But here comes a very good response in the form of X, negating the Baldrake. Thanks to the aggregator. Oh yeah, as mentioned, this was the big difference in the Bestials, denying Giovanni access to his Finsmith Lacrima while allowing Danilo to still have access to his. But yeah, this is a beautiful game one for sure, with both players trying to maneuver what his opponent is holding into, but we see yet another detonator come down. Yeah, here comes Sword.
I don't know if he declared battle phase, because Danilo here is having a think. Yeah, he did declare battle phase.
Yeah, this is rough. Because if you... Which is also why I guess it was interesting that Danilo didn't use the Requiem before. But yeah, now he cannot use it, because if he wants to use Requiem into Lacrima, he would lose everything to the detonator. And this way is pretty much hiding behind the defense of Lubellion. Which is actually not the easiest to get rid of. And we see the Dweller stopping the Fiendsmith of Danilo. But never mind the hiding, we switch to attack, which means that Giovanni can just protect the Dweller and then negate the Lubellion, which smells a lot of trouble for Giovanni. Let's see. Attempts to use the effect even though it's negated apparently, but no. Now goes for the Typhon in Memphis 2. Interesting execution for sure. And pass. Okay, so Typhon does manage to get rid of this detonator, but another ice coming down for Giovanni.
Yeah, looking promising for Giovanni here, and not much that Danilo can do about this.
Do you think that was a bit of a nerves getting to Danilo with the previous turn of the Typhon? Because I mean, he could have just Typhon first and then attacked, right? But yeah, I mean, Giovanni is just showing why this deck, although they're both playing it, has so much going for it. Another Abyss Dweller setting up what could be the last turn of this game 1. And only a face down from Danilo trying to survive this Dweller, which unfortunately would have not been there if he would just order things differently in the previous turn. And now it's up to Giovanni to fight back and find a way to deal this 4,300 damage needed.
Let's see if he finds a way to seal this one out in this game, but I think he's still sitting on the driving seat for this game 1. And the face down card from Danilo has been sitting there for the whole game, so yeah. Here the Dweller deal 17 damage, leaving him at 26.
And yet Danilo gets to live to see another day, and he will have access to his Fiendsmith again. Wow, and we actually commit to an SP. We recognize apparently that this detonator is not gonna be enough, and we go for SP to try and cut off Danilo from Requiem. The bad news is Danilo is playing a second copy, differently from Giovanni, who is about to find out in this turn. So hope is still there from Danilo.
This would make the difference if
If he finds his way to to activate the drag here and pass for the second Requiem.
And yet this is the deciding moment. Giovanni is probably believing that this is it. But we have the second Requiem, and this is the big difference. And you can see Giovanni really shaking, you know, his head, being caught completely off guard by this. And what a decision it is by Danilo to include it.
Because he completely focused on the Requiem, and I think his play made a lot of sense. If, of course, Danilo was playing one, but do you think this could impact this game 1?
Yeah, no, for sure. It's definitely the big difference. And in his mind, it does make sense because Giovanni would have won this game a lot of turns ago. if it wasn't for Danilo banishing his own Requiem. And so he probably would have thought, okay, I'm gonna return the favor, so at least I'm slowing down significantly, rather than just keeping this detonator alive. But that's not quite how that went. And I'm sure he's regretting this SP a lot at the moment. I also think he might be... I think he went through all of the detonators. Like all 3, or like 2 copies that he's playing. Yeah, all 2 copies, yeah.
Yeah, it's just chaining the SP. Oh, okay, it was a bonfire.
Now 20 minutes are down. We see another talent for draw. And yeah, 25 minutes remain, and we are still in game 1 for one of the matches that matter the most. If not, I gotta say, the match that matters the most, because oftentimes, if there is only, you know, an XO after the round, it doesn't even matter if the result of the last round is that. I gotta say this was table 2, which means that that is not the case for this event. They're gonna have to battle it out even in round 9 to find out who the winner will be.
What a turnaround of events here, incredible. And we thought for a moment that Giovanni was able to come back into this and he had control of the game. After being, you know, bestial, I think 3 or 4 times during this game. But of course, that choice, yeah.
And that is it. Wow, what a start to this round 8. You can see Giovanni really counting back whatever happened, because it seems as if, even though those bestials annoyed him, he was up and was just moments away from clutching the victory. But Danilo kept on waiting, recover from probably was a big mistake of his own in that Typhon turn, and had to wait out a Dweller that was not supposed to even be there in the first place. And I mean, in the end, those bestials, but especially that second Requiem in the extra deck, paid off. And now it's Giovanni who needs to, you know, find quickly a decision, because there are about 23 minutes remaining and he needs to win 2 games. What do you think about his side deck?
So he has the Solemn Judgments and the Dimensional Barrier, which can go in, and also the triple tactic thrust. So I think this will go in for sure. And there are 20 minutes remaining, so I think there's still room for the Galaga Cowboy, honestly.
Okay.
And on the other hand, there's the Metal Tronus being played from Danilo. And I like this side deck. It's like all 3 offs. So
yeah, very solid side deck. He does have Fuvalos, which can be annoying, but I guess next to it, as you've mentioned, Metal Tronus is a card that shines in this matchup, and that Giovanni is maining, so this was probably the main difference. But we did mention that by playing so many bestials, he was already ahead, at least in game 1. Different versions of the deck, the concept is similar, but we'll see who will be right at the end of this match. I think they are done with their side decks, so let's jump back into action. Here they are, and Giovanni is aware now of a lot of the differences between their decks. He knows that there is a heavy bestial count, and he will try his best to play around that. But we see the Fuvolos from the side deck, from Danilo. Do we have a response?
No response.
We do not, and this is big. It's gonna shut down completely the Finsmith combo. Like, that's completely out of the table. It would give him so many draws. So unless he wants to just go Detonator, he could go Duo. Let's see. And yes, skips on the Duo, goes for a 4 material Detonator, and probably calls it a day unless he has something to set from the side decks. He does have the talent. And let's take a look. Wow, it's so many different entrops. Plus, is it double ice? Yeah. Wow, it's double ice, which is even the worst thing because you cannot really send one back. Gotta be a little bit frustrating if you are Giovanni. But at least it's not the worst end that you're gonna be facing off against. Like, you are mostly afraid of a lot more engine. Luckily, I think he is on summon 4. Yeah. Go descent back.
The bestial.
Okay,
Yeah.
makes sense. And now we set 2 cards. We have a lot of help from the side deck, possibly Solemn's Barrier, and Danilo picks up the Metal Chronos. Oh my, what a top deck. Do we have Solemn? Maybe that could be worth it. What a draw from Danilo. Absolutely rough.
Does he have the judgment? Wow. This hurts so much.
Yeah, that was a brutal top deck. Probably the best card that he could have drawn. And he gets to resolve the ice.
And yeah, X gets the sword.
We have Barrier, or what is it? Book of Eclipse. We do have Ash if we want to negate it, and we use the Ash. So we are gonna follow it up with Barrier, which seems to me as if it was a little bit of a bait from Giovanni, probably hoping that this Ash would have been used here. But now we have access to the Finsmith engine with very few cards remaining.
And nothing that Giovanni can do about this. That Metal Tronos being top deck from Danilo was huge. And yeah, here Danilo is free to do whatever it feels like. And he's also holding on to an Effect Veiler and an Nibiru here with the Desiree.
He's gonna push a lot of damage. Gonna go and push. This could be it. Is it? It's over. It is Danilo winning. Wow. What an ending of this round 8. Incredible action. And for what looked as if Giovanni Barone was just moments away from winning game 1, we are now with what is a 2-0 victory by Danilo. What a show off, what a clash between Titans. And now, I mean, it's just might be a new kid around the block claiming the best version of the deck. And it might be this heavy bestial Ryzel Finsmith deck.
Yeah, I mean, I think Giovanni piloted it very well in game 1 because I think Danilo activated at least 3 or 4 bestials.
Yes.
What made the difference, of course, was the second Requiem, which changed completely the game. Because like there was a moment in which we thought that Giovanni had it, and I think it made sense the move that he made to summon the SP Little Knight because of the Requiem, but another one was there. So
no, and I gotta say, upside of just that Typhon turn where there was a little bit of a sleep off, it was a really good demonstration of what this mirror match can look like and what are the good things that you can do to just improve, stop your opponent, push when needed, and it's really is a back and forth one, and I think it's by no chance that they were both 7-0. Unfortunately, only one can advance, and it was Danilo moving on 8-0, which means that I'm pretty sure we are almost guaranteed to see him in the next round for, trying to win the championship, the title of Italian Open champion, which also means that we are actually not going to interview him this round. Instead, we might have a surprise for you guys coming up. But I'm gonna thank you for being with us. This was the end of round 8, but don't go anywhere because we'll be back soon with more action. And we are back from Rome live at the coverage of the Italian Open 2025. And here with La Banda Nostra, I am joined by Lorenzo Marchetti, former national champion from Malta. And here we will have the pleasure to just dive in for a little bit of Time Wizard content for you guys. Specifically 2010, as I mean, Alberto has been talking a bit throughout the day, judging, other players and their moves, and I think it's time
to show his skills.
Exactly, it's time for us to now judge Alberto, putting in practice what he has claimed throughout these years, as we will do a live Master versus Caster and a short one where he's gonna be facing off against Gianluca Di Luigi. Very consistent player in the past few seasons, making it twice, I think, undefeated both at a YCS and at the Italian National Championship. So I think it will be a fun one to dive in before we jump into the final match. And I think maybe we will be able to talk a little bit more about the format once we are in the match. What do you think?
The match, yeah. I'm just curious because, as you said, they are extremely good player. And it will be interesting to see their skills matching in this format.
Absolutely. So I think without further ado, in this case, our player and our caster are ready. So let's jump into action. And here they are, as mentioned, two close friends, also having a little bit of what could be a banter. Time Wizard 2010 best of one, by the way. And Alberto moves on with 8. Always, some advantage on his side. So he's gonna go first. And he does so by normal summoning a Blackwing Shura. He receives a Goyo from the sky. It must be nice. Opens up with Trap Dash Shot. But opens up with Trap Dash Shot, of course. Okay. But look at this. The master against his former enemy. It's Rescue Cat. El gato.
It might be. There are some other decks that look like this. And we'll see. It could be even Ixaber.
Yeah. Definitely an interesting build, and he's thinking a lot. What do you think?
He's fighting his own demons right now.
Yeah,
so.
absolutely. He's
making calculations. Okay, the
wow.
cat.
Very tough, indeed. As he shuffles back the best card in the end.
He had at least 50 reasons to shuffle it back, right?
Pretended to think about something. And now we're gonna set a mysterious card, which is very annoying to deal with for Blackwing. That spy.
That spy, yeah.
Let's see. Alberto.
Maybe a Callot will solve the thing.
But he just sets like, one.
Yeah.
Fast. Was it? I think Book and Prison, right? I think face down, yeah. Okay, spy, no oppression. Okay. Some hope.
Oh, the Descendant.
Ay. We see the Descendant. Rio. Ooh, the Spice.
A huge one.
Dark Illusion, protecting from targeting.
Gianluca is so stunned right now.
That's brutal, yeah. I made him put that card in, unfortunately. But now he gets another draw, but still there was a second spy, so problem is still
probably
there.
that's the reason why Gianluca went on with this one, so he knew that
What?
it,
Wow! Okay, tribute set and pass. Probably, I think a virus. That's the only explanation. Probably fears bottomless. I think he said Sirocco set virus. Maybe. That could be the only explanation that I am maybe giving too much credit to my friend. And no, it's right. Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Makes sense.
but the Arbellum will leave.
Yeah, the Arbellum stays. And we show a compulsory in the end as the last card. And does this connect? No. Prison. We could book. Maybe. Yeah.
That's, yeah.
I mean, yeah, you don't have anything. I think he's got prison, compulsory, and a mysterious face down. And he sets it.
Yeah.
No heavy prayers. And Alberto yet
Another normal.
another
Sirocco.
Sirocco. Does he attack? Yeah? He knows about the
You know,
prison.
yeah. But
Ah,
Tom, okay, that's interesting.
That's what?
Oh,
What? Where did he come from?
What?
Ah, he drew it and destroyed it for virus. Okay. I was like, what just happened? Okay. And we snipe this. That's the plan of the compulsory. Now it,
That's why
it all comes back. No. Egyptian plates.
it's triple.
No. Alberto top decks. The Dark Armed. We know prison is gone. No.
So
Now.
let's see if Gianluca here has.
Okay.
So
Wow.
a jog.
A miracle. Ah, yeah, he has to reveal. So it's Book of Moon.
Moon. Oh my God.
Why? Yeah, Alberto. Todos. Todos. Destroys the prison.
Yeah.
Can push for 5100. One miracle draw. It's compulsory. So yes, book and compulsory.
That is quite okay to survive, but I don't know what could be the possible restart. for Gianluca.
Compulsory on Dark Hand. And
And book, I guess.
okay.
Okay.
I think was it the last? Yeah, I think it's over. Virus is over. So full helm. I don't know if it's enough. No, nothing. So we just passed back. We stay alive at least. And unfortunately,
And Alberto
unfortunately.
proceeds to show the whole world once again his incredible skills.
And yeah, what a match it was indeed. I mean, sometimes it's just the proof that, I mean, at the end of the day, in any game, even the worst player can proceed and prevail. And that is the beauty of the game that we all love and like to witness. But no, I mean, it's always nice to, involve in Time Wizard events as well, because it's just another fun way to play Yu-Gi-Oh! And I think we can all suggest all of you guys watching, and especially I'm thinking about YCS Birmingham, if you want to come and enjoy at the main event, and if you got a ticket, of course, you're more than welcome. But there is a lot of other ways to join the event and just play in, for example, the Ultimate Time Wizard, and it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, of course, yes. And these players showed us that it's always interesting in this format, the different deck pool,
Yeah.
There are many decks that can be played, so they can apply in deck building, even if, they are closed deck card pools. But the deck pools is still very huge, so it's always nice to see interesting builds And,
Absolutely.
Yep.
You can always try and find new ideas, and at the end of the day, you know, the deck and the game keeps on evolving. But then it's always nice to go back sometimes and see how it has changed throughout the years, and how you can update your favorite decks from the past. And yeah, it has been a pleasure. So thank you, Lollo, for being with us. And thank you again, guys, for being and watching this little fun Master versus Caster between Alberto and Gianluca. But just as a final reminder, we have round 9 coming up, the last round of the day, to crown who will be the 2025 Italian Open champion. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back soon with more action. we are back here live in Rome from the Italian Open 2025. After quite a few hours of Yu-Gi-Oh! We are down to the last round, round 9, to crown who will be the champion and who will claim for himself this beautiful number C32 Shark Drake Vice. And yeah, the honor will be only to the toughest of duelists left, as there is only one table, table 1, no surprise, with only 2 players out of the 512 who competed today who are still undefeated. And those players, I mean, we've seen both of them in action today, so no surprise. One of them obviously has to be the winner of round 8, Danilo. We had the chance to see his unique heavy bestial Ryziel deck. What did you think of him as a player, just Alberto?
No, I think it's a very known player in Italy, and I think he deserves his spot, and his decklist is very powerful and very impressive 8-0 record, and I mean, his opponent, nevertheless, Mario.
Exactly. Mario Tarantino as well. We have seen him. He was playing that unique Tempai deck that you also were a fan of. I think it's gonna be a clash between 2 very unique decks and 2 players who both managed to take inspiration from what happened at YCS Raleigh, took into account the December 9 Forbidden Limited list, twisted their decks, and still were able to catch people off guard today. Without further ado though, only one can be crowned Italian Open champion. Who will it be? Keep watching as we jump into action for game 1. Funny enough, this is the exact same final, at least very technically in terms of decks of YCS Raleigh, but I think the Tempai deck especially couldn't be more different, because at the end of the day, they are both playing a very heavy Finsmith count. Kashtira cards are also there, so really, let's see.
And we saw Mario winning the die roll and decided to let Danilo go first. So, let's see.
And what a decision it was, because I see 4 entraps in the end from Mario. He's got everything he needs to stop Danilo.
Yes.
Ash Impermanence, Veiler Nibiru. Wow. Todos. And we're starting off with Impermanence, trying to play around the talent. And now Danilo plays around Bestials by activating his continuous spell. But the tract is met by an Ash Blossom. Do we have any other way to push here? Or is this gonna be a pass? I see a deck being shuffled, which is usually not a good sign. Yep. And it is a pass. So if we do have access to the Tempai engine, this could be a quick one from Mario.
Yes, again, Rocco. Let's see what he drew into. Whoa.
Wow, and it is Hydra. Do we have a way to stop it? Doesn't look like it. And this is brutal. We get access to the summoning effect. Gets to resolve. So we get Chundra, most likely. As he's only playing the 1 copy of Genroku, and only, of course, the one remaining copy of Chundra. This could already be it if there is no interruption in the end from Danilo. We do enter battle phase. We use the Chundra. We can get Phaedra to just bring back the Genroku.
Yeah, it really comes down to what Danilo has left in his hand. Because here, once again, I think Mario is just pushing.
And here they are. And although the deck is titled Tenpai, these are the only 4 Tenpai monsters that are in the deck of Mario. But that's all you need. Okay, though, luckily we do have at least a Bestial to try and stay alive and draw a card, but I'm not quite sure this is it. This is definitely not enough. He needs more help off the top. Can he find anything useful? It's a monster, but not quite sure what that was. And now the Genroku moves to just, declare more attacks. And then it seems as if we use the Chundra effect to special summon a Synchro, which is the Bident. Makes a lot of sense. And yeah, I don't see how Danilo can stay in this. This could be the fastest game that we had all day. Unless there is a miracle of this card. And it is another Bestial, though he did top deck the Druid Swarm.
Yeah, still trying and surviving to this.
Yeah, but this is, I think this is all over. Like, there is not much that you can do. You go Transcendent, you can bring back a lot of your other Bestials, the Bident, and yeah, this is plenty enough. Doubling the attack, attack, and this is it. What a fast way to win this game 1 from Mario. We mentioned that this was not your average Tenpai deck, but you can see him laughing because this is exactly what Tenpai used to do before the latest Forbidden and Limited list. And what a way to show and start things off here in the finals.
Yeah, I mean, I think he paid off his choice to let his opponent go first. And with the hand he drew is, the ideal with Ash, Impermanence, Nibiru. I mean, he had it all. And here the pressure, of course, is on to Danilo now. Because his hand was also quite good. But compared to Mario's one, honestly,
yeah, it was
not
just
that much to say.
Also because he stopped him with just Impermanence and Ash, but he was still holding onto Nibiru and Veiler. So the end was just incredible from Mario. And now that we move to the side decks, I think Danilo should still go first. But we don't know if he is too aware of the build from Mario, because if he just saw this, he might just think it's regular Tenpai. I let him go first, and then he sees those Kashtira, Finsmiths, and yeah, that could be an issue. On his end, though, what do you even side? Because look at his side.
That was what I was about to ask, because he already presented the deck. Did he even side something?
Could be that he doesn't side anything, because I'm looking at his side deck, and I don't see anything that you would bring in at all. Like maybe the Metal Tronus, but only if he's aware that he's up against, also Bestials and also Pinsmith. And yeah, I think, as you can see here, not too happy with his options. On the other end, though, Mario in the side deck has all 6 copies of the Mulcharmies, as well as cards such as Strike and Triple Tactic Trust and Talent, depending on when he thinks he's gonna go first or second. But our duelists are ready. Let's see if he's gonna be as quick as the last game. Let's jump into game 2. And we see already a Mulcharmi Purulia from Mario, which means that Dario is going first, most likely. And we just activated this Purulia. Could be quite tricky. And we have the Engraver, which can play around it quite well.
Engraver gets the tract, and here the tract gets activated, but the Ash Blossom is going to prevent it.
Ash in the tract, just playing around his opponent having another one. And now he draws a card for the normal summon of Ice. And it's gonna think about negating it with either Valor or Impermanence. No, doesn't do so. Doesn't pick up Fuvalos either. Because that also could have been a nice chain there. And yeah, at least Danilo is able to resolve some of these Ryziel effects as compared to game number 1.
Here Danilo is just having a think about this, because, I mean, here, what do you really want to go for? Also depends on what he's holding into his hand.
Because on the one hand, you can play it safe and just make a detonator. On the other hand, you want to go duo, you want to overextend and either access the Requiem. So you can do a lot of different things. And I think he has just Link summoned. So maybe it's going to be the moon. Yeah, has to be the moon. So it's gonna be a Phantasmai. Wow.
What a hand from Mario.
That's really good as well. So gonna special summon the Phantasmai, gets 2 draws, able to send back something he doesn't want while fixing his hand and getting access to even more hand traps. The only bad news is Fuvalos is now out of the picture, but even if he drew into it, he could just send it back.
Here goes with the Lacrima. Does he have... No. Okay, he allows it.
But again, here we could have a Bestial, which would be quite annoying to stop the recursion effects. If Mario has paid attention, he knows that Danilo is using 2 copies of Requiem, because that's how he won the previous round. And so in this case, he could probably select a different target, such as the Lacrima itself. And I do like the idea of going Bestial into Lacrima, but at the moment he doesn't really stop it. And here we can see a nice interaction of this Lubellion drawing an extra card thanks to the Necro Equip. Yeah, I don't think we do have a Bestial from Mario. Oh, we do. Actually, we do have a Bestial. Okay. Which is gonna try and hit this Engraver. We can chain our own Bestial, which is not the greatest, but if we want to set up something like a Caesar, could work afterwards. But
yeah, that's what it does.
But he doesn't chain the known one. He chains the Druid's Worm, which makes sense to try and get rid of it. But another interruptions, as you can see, Danilo kind of shaking his head as this impermanence is gonna shut down the Lubellion.
I think Mario even has another one.
Yeah, he has
Hydra plus, yeah, still Impermanence and Boldrake, wow.
Bonfire here from Danilo.
Doesn't do that much, to be fair, but... This could be a problematic one, because... Outside of Boldrake, we gotta see what he's able to set up. Because this is not even using, due to many restriction SP. So yeah, this could be a tricky one. And he passes, yeah, passed back to Mario, who we know as a Hydra. The Boldrake can still be annoying for it. Do we have anything else to stop it? Not at the moment. And we are gonna get the summoning again, just like in game 1. It's gonna get used right away. And yeah, this is tricky, because thanks to the field spell, now it's almost impossible to interact with Mario.
We know one bestial in Danilo's hand, right? The remaining one we know.
Yeah, we know the Boldrake in hand, the ice, and
2 more cards, right?
yeah. I think we might also know another Ryziel. Okay, we use the Genroku, we get rid of the impermanence. And then we are gonna use the Genroku. Do we have anything?
The Spooky Dogwood.
Any Spooky Dogwood? Interesting cards to be siding when there are more than 30 minutes. I guess he's trying to just survive an OTK by using it, but there is a way to just still make it.
Well, the thing is that if Mario anyways finds his way to deal with Danilo's field and deal some damage with what he's holding, also the Nibiru and Ash in his hand, and the Baldrake, it's gonna be very difficult for Danilo, which of course can survive ideally this turn.
Yeah, it's gonna be quite tough, because, I mean, the Dogwood... he needs to think well about how to handle it, but if you manage to go into the Trident, you can easily OTK through the Dogwood regardless, with the summoning. So there is a world in which you can still win through the Dogwood. Which is also the same reason why the deck used to be able to OTK through Prosperity, so... It's gonna be a bit tricky, because... here we have the Bestial, which we knew about. If we want to stop the Paradise. Yeah. And we are not chaining our own Bestial. And yeah, that's it. 2 more cards in the end. It's just Ash and Nibiru. And I think we just enter battle phase. We are gonna push and activate
Chundra.
Maybe Danilo's just considering,
Yeah.
to activate the ball jack. Makes sense.
We didn't use Chundra yet. No, we did not. Now we are gonna use the Chundra afterwards. And this way we can special summon the Fadra, get back either the Genroku now or we can wait it out, but instead we go for Fadra.
Interesting, okay.
Yeah, just now we make sure to have enough and yeah, for now it's the usual. As we can see, just managed to make it through the Bident, and this could just be it once again. If there is no surprise coming from Danilo, obviously it's still tough to maneuver through this dogwood the way things are going, because Danilo is up 16,000 life points, and doesn't seem like it is going to be the case. Yeah, not gonna be quite game this turn, but it did manage to clear the whole field, and then we'll set up this hieratic sphere plus a full graveyard of Tempai Synchros. And yeah, this will be enough. He's still holding Ash plus Nibiru, let's not forget about that. And there are 2 cards in the end from Danilo, one of which is an Ice Ryzel. The other one, I also thought it was gonna be a Ryzel, but I'm not sure anymore. And yeah, we just top deck.
Tough spot.
20,000 life points remaining, but doesn't mean that Mario will not be able to just wipe them out next turn.
And I think he drew into the lorry, maybe. And here comes the ice. Let's see if Mario wants to respond to this by activating the Ash Blossom. Close, huh?
I think it's worth considering. Most likely Danilo is gonna have a think about talent as well. And trust, and you know, if there is a spot that is better for that. Because Danilo cannot disregard Boldrake either. But I think there was definitely some consideration for going into it. But maybe there was another X in the end, which is what I was fearing. Still a close one for sure. And now we are gonna go into an XYZ. And it's going to be the Exciton Knight. To which
Yeah, we're gonna respond right away with the Heretic Spheres that then is gonna be used to summon what could be either the Phaedra or some bestials, like a Magnamut. Lot of consideration. Yeah, makes sense. The Magnamut is summoned. Makes so much sense because it turns the Boldrake active and also allows you to search in the end phase or even recover the Genroku. Let's see, because also I think yeah, this could be tricky because we are gonna go into 5 summons and then the Nibiru is gonna be extremely good from Mario, simplifying everything, and unless there is a miracle, that Magnamut could just seal the deal. Danilo is thinking about it quite a bit, holding 2 more cards. Goes to special, and here we can see Nibiru if Mario wants. Once we move to summon this detonator.
He's allowing it? Okay.
Yeah. Allowing detonator to resolve. And now only 1 more card in hand. And I think we are gonna use this Nibiru, clearing this last line of defense. Which is why I wanted to use the Nibiru maybe a little bit earlier. Once the Chi Monster came down, you could have at least preserved these Sangen Summoning. And it all comes down to this one last card in hand from Danilo. And we have an Ash Blossom plus a Magnamut Search from Mario. And I think we have just passed. Yep.
So let's see what Mario can pick up here with the Ash Blossom plus the card being added from the Magnamut. And yeah, I mean, maybe the Nibiru could have been special summoned before.
I'm also a little bit skeptic whether it's really better to search your deck for the Hydra and not just get it back from the graveyard. Because then you have more targets for Chundra. But I mean, let's see. We now move on to this yet other part of Mario's deck that we didn't get to see up until now in the finals. And yeah, Danilo has seen enough, and it is Mario taking it home and winning the Italian Open. What a finals and what a show from Mario. We have seen him earlier on in what was a 10-pie mirror match, or at least a 10-pie Fiendsmith Bestial Kashtira mirror match, if that what his deck can be named. But what a dominating performance here in the finals. It didn't seem as if it was close anytime. He completely destroyed his opponent in game 1, being able to OTK him with what was just a pre-Forbidden Limited list, 10-pie end. And in game 2, it was a little bit closer, but in the end, not quite enough.
No, I mean, especially because, like, I think Mario's end was incredibly powerful, like Purulia into 4 or 5 interruptions.
Yeah.
And at the end, I mean, we just saw Tenpai plus at the very end some other Fiendsmith addictions. And overall, I mean, we've mentioned this. I think his build was the most consistent one throughout the whole tournament, and we liked it a lot, honestly.
Yeah, it was yet another innovation on what was this Fiendsmith core that has been dominating the last few months. This, you know, ability to just have this recursion and the addition of Lacrima plus Fiendsmith in Paradise
really has spiked on the creativity from the magical musket cards that we saw in YCS Bologna to then, the Rysiels, and now even splashing a few Tempais in what is overall just a bestial Finsmith deck, we could say. But then you just add what are, at the end of the day, I think 5 cards. Yeah, because it's literally just 5 Tempai cards plus the free Hydra, so 8 in total, we could say. And 8 Tempai cards allows you to have this ability to just OTK go in second and also play some mind games with your opponent. Because now you're not only summoning fusions, you're also summoning synchros. So if they want to side dimensional barrier, they cannot really hit your entire deck. And I'm not sure if that will be a valid strategy looking forward to YCS Birmingham. But I think all of you guys going should try and test this deck out and just, see for yourself if this is valid. But what I can tell you is that in a field of 512 players, going 9-0 is no joke. So congratulations again to Mario. And thank you guys for being with us. What was an amazing event and 9 incredible rounds. But now we're gonna keep you on a short wait. And we want to hear it from the winner of the Italian Open 2025 in Rome, Mario Tarantino. And we are back one last time live here in Rome at the Italian Open 2025. Finally, I can announce we have our proud winner of the event, Mario Tarantino. Congratulations. It has been, waiting for you for a long time. I think it was a very deserved win. And so you're now the proud owner of this amazing oversized card. So I'm going to make you handle it while we have this winner interview. It was, I think, an amazing journey. Luckily for us, we were able to have you on stream 2 times, also before the finals. And what a final it was. Really impressive stuff. Game 1, it looked as if you didn't read the last Forbidden Limited list.
No, it was brutal, the first game.
Exactly. Complete destruction. But in the end, I think even the second, maybe it looked a little bit back and forth, but I think you had it in the bag.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
You were looking pretty confident throughout all the matches. So first, before maybe jumping into more detail, how did this come to life? How is this deck list something that, just came into your hand?
This deck list was an idea of the last 1 week, because until 1 week ago, I was playing Finsmith Rizel.
Okay.
Then I switched into Tempai Finsmith because it's so powerful deck. He can push through Finsmith and Bestials and can bait all the entraps of the format, and then just a normal Pydra OTK.
Yeah, and it seems like that was the case. You had to, no worries, you can put it aside. You had to actually play against also a mirror match of, although you had some differences in the deck list throughout the day. What did you think about like the matchups? Were there something you didn't want to play, or how was the day overall?
I was prepared to all the matchup because I was very confident with the deck list, and I played every card for every single matchup, and every card is maybe not so strong in the matchup, but can simplify the game state.
Yeah.
And then with the simplified game state, just normal Pydra, Chundra, and all my favorite dragons, and just OTK everyone.
OTK everyone, and that's a good one that you've mentioned, since you do talk about your favorite dragons, but there was a trick which we didn't really talk about, because we were thinking game 2 when he sided, even though there were like 35 minutes, 33, the spooky dogwood, that technically there is a way to OTK through the dogwood with the trident.
Yeah, but for me no, because
No trident.
I picked the deck, and I was not playing the trident dragon.
Yeah, you just one up everyone who you told me scooped, because they just want. Yeah.
But for real, even if they don't scoop, you can also trick your deck, because when you special summon Bident from the graveyard and you have the Fizz spell, you can pop your own Fizz spell and then make Transcendent 6,000 attack and just OTK.
Yeah, and that's what you did in game 1 in the finals, for example. So yeah, in the end, I mean, the extra deck space is really important.
Yeah,
you have
it's really
so
important.
many different engines.
Yeah, and I was playing every card in the extra deck. I played a lot every turn, except for the Hieratic Seal, because I lost I think 6 or 7 dices. Then I go second, and I was fine going second. Even in the final, when I won the dice, I choose to go second, because
Exactly.
I'm more confident just throwing all the entraps on the first thing I see, and then normal Pydra.
Yeah, and it did work out for sure. And it was something that we talked a bit with Alberto, which also fell in love with your deck, that very differently from what Tempai used to be. This deck is mostly something that is really gonna mess up with your opponent head a lot, because if they let you start, you're okay. You can still do all the Finsmith bestial stuff, and if you go second, you have that additional push.
Yeah. And also, of course, and also when you go first, you have also Fairy in the deck list.
Yeah.
Then protect you from the bestial, because when if you start Fairy, then you go through the Finsmith stuff. If they want to bestial you, they are gonna lose their
The
Beastial
Bestial, yeah.
due to Fenrir. So Fenrir is a +1. Push going second is just crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. No, and I gotta say it's kind of rare when you see a deck and it seems like everything is in its place. But yeah, no, I think it's yeah. Looking at
The ban list.
yeah, the
Chundra, Sangen Summoning,
yeah,
Sangen
all
Kain.
next to each other, but only one is what you need to make it. And no, it's I really wanna wish you and your friends who helped you build the deck. Congratulations, because it looks really good. And I think we were discussing for all of you guys and you as well coming to YCS Birmingham. Make sure to tune in or to join us on February from 7 to 9 on that weekend, because that is going to be the next big event where we are going to attend. And we also want to see now you in action, maybe with this deck again, who knows. But I think for everyone who needs to prepare for the event, you changed the meta now.
I was not hoping to change the meta because playing against Fiensmith Rizel is so easy. And then I don't want to change the meta. Just playing Fiensmith Rizel is a good deck.
Okay, you listened it from the man himself. But yeah, I mean, we want to wish you again a lot of congratulations. And I'm going to give you just one last possibility of maybe giving a shout out to your friends, even in Italian if you want, since we are here in Rome.
Ok, voglio ringraziare innanzitutto tutti i membri dell'Appetizer e poi tutti i membri della kebaberia vinicola Bertulezzi and Friends. Ce l'abbiamo fatta a portare a casa un titolo nonostante le parole dure che sono state pronunciate.
So yeah, he's happy to finally have the one win under his belt, and for sure it was a deserving one. So again, congrats Mario, it was great to see you in action, and thank you guys a lot for being here with us for the entire day. It was 9 amazing rounds of Swiss. If you've missed any of the action, go back and make sure to watch how Mario was able to become our 2025 Italian Open champion. And again, as a final reminder, make sure to tune in February 8th and 9th for YCS Birmingham. Thank you a lot and have a good night.